welcome to today's session of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our ongoing effort to record everything we can of Mario Maker 1 before the shutdown of Wii U and 3DS online services, which as of today has been officially confirmed for the 8th of April this year, 2024. So that leaves us about maybe 10 and a half weeks worth of content at most. We'll be spending most of that on Maker 1, and we'll be going through as many makers as we can. We're currently about halfway through levels by Ren, who is probably best known to people from Maker 2 as the creator of Mortal Koopas, but who in Maker 1 was already kind of a pioneering figure in implementing looping music, and also developed quite a few music levels generally, as well as some one-screen puzzles, as we saw in the previous session. Over the course of playing these levels, we have had to relearn, or perhaps learn for the first time, some Maker 1 specific mechanics, particularly for the puzzles. And so, with every one of those levels we play, our game knowledge of this very imminently obsolete piece of software just steadily compounds. Nevertheless, today we'll be getting into the levels that were developed in 2018 and onward. Starting with this one, this is Can Can, a music level and speedrun, which is probably going to be the Offenbach Can Can that people generally associate with the 19th century French dance. And oh, let's remember to show level IDs, not that they'll be relevant for that long. And let's go. We'll see music levels at all scales and difficulties in the previous set. And whoop. Oh, missed a coin there already. Yeah, we had a few missteps there. I mean, like the Can Can itself, just goes by pretty quickly, so just a bit of a blind read. I only noticed as we passed the first coin that there are pink coins here to collect, so we'll try to keep an eye on that. It's a pretty busy level as we try to race across that shell, so we'll try to bop it whenever possible. Oh, needed to hit the POW, obviously. Yeah, it took me a moment to realize that we were dealing with the shell being peeled off there, and that we're in a damage boost state temporarily for a certain number of tiles. I love that it's right on the beat when you hit the POWs at the end of the Can Can. Exactly on the beat, just to punctuate that yourself. Yeah, in fact, a lot of this is built so that the player actions kind of add a little bit of a percussive effect that's right on time. We missed a coin, we'll redo it. Let's collect them all. And Mario, welcome. Only one coin up to that point, though, as we enter the first pipe. I hope we haven't... Whoops, stalled that a little bit there. We're probably still okay. We're just going to be... no, we're not going to be okay because there actually is a time limit. 40 seconds. So we can expect no checkpoint, obviously. And then we'll see if we've missed any coins. Yeah, it was kind of like this with the Carmina Burana level that we played yesterday as well. That a lot of the player actions are very well timed to add to the music. As the player's path is kind of threaded through some of the note blocks. Not all of them are out of the way. Some of them are actually going to be blocks that we interact with at a precise time and location. And that POW particularly is pretty satisfying as it falls at the end of the phrase. Yeah, not quite going off the edge there. That's going to be a bit of a problem. We had a number of edge jumps yesterday that proved to be extremely relevant, and that's something that we have to keep in mind. A little off the beat here. You know what, let's get this out and practice it. We will, of course, go back to try to do the full coin collection, but we might as well learn the level first and see where all the other coins are along the way. Yeah, generally can hold full jumps all over the place. Yeah. So no safety con, obviously, because everything is within the same checkpoint. That's a lovely way to actually finish that. With a Yata, but moreover with the Super Mario chime. And of course we took too long there, so we're going to die to time, because you do need 5 seconds on the clock as you count down to the finish. I was so impressed by that cute little finish there with the Mario chime as you get to the end. But yeah, we collected all the other coins and collected them easily, so we're going to have the full set. And who knows where the door is going to lead? We'll find out soon enough. And then... very cute. 6 seconds here. And then this pipe maybe leads you to a quick exit. Yeah, it does. Instead of doing a countdown. So, there's a cute little time save there instead of having to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Although we were at 6 seconds when we entered the door, so either way we would have been fine. But a little bit of protection against stalling. Yeah, very nice. We've kind of seen a pretty interesting mix of both classical and late 20th century popular music, particularly rock music, on this account so far. And as with the O Fortuna level that we played yesterday, definitely some pretty fine moments here where the player's actions are most satisfying when directly on the melody. So next we'll be looking at the dark side of the shroom, which I suppose is going to pay tribute to Pink Floyd's soundtrack to the 1939 film The Wizard of Oz. And you can see this prismatic album cover beautifully recreated on the right side of the layout. I don't know how much of that we'll actually see in playable form, but it's there. And 1.33 on this one. It is a music scroller by the looks of it, so we'll see how quickly this goes by. Yeah, pretty slow auto-scroll, actually. We'll have some time to react to it. Whoops, we should have grabbed the POW. Because we needed to probably let the mushroom drop everything at the down arrows. Yes, okay. And then bounce to piranha, so it will give me a spin. And let's not miss. Yeah, good tempo for this track to go at. Pretty on the ball with how I remember the original, in fact. And the mushroom needs to roll over, and then you need to drop it. Oh. Okay. And then we just let the mushroom do everything for us. And unblock this. So it's kind of like a cooperative level like some of the other concepts that we've seen, but in the context of a music scroller, which is pretty satisfying. And then we take the mushroom for the damage boost. Hello, Bonafide Pirate. Welcome. And then mushroom check, obviously. And this continues. And there's going to be a lot of bombs spinning over here, but we'll need to uncover the yellow blocks as well, so... I need to go immediately. Oh, not like that. We do need to kick it to right. And the turn block should spin for long enough. If we do it accurately. Nope, we do need to aim a little bit here. Well, we just need to find the right entry timing for jumping towards the bomb in the first place. The coin is a possibly helpful indicator if we go off the edge, and then we do need to back up instead of just holding right into the jump, and control it a bit just to hit the targets. Yeah, too early, too early. We do need to hit the block in the first bounce. Too far from the edge. Kind of the right position, kind of the right timing, but not a very good jump. so... That's fine. That's fine. We don't need a bomb here, do we? Oh, yes, we do. We needed it for an up throw. Okay, so at this point we'll die because we don't have the shroom to give us everything that we need over here. Let's scout ahead while we still can, of course. We spin jump over here, and we'll need a shroom at the end for the damage boost. And we create the path over here. I think the shroom will drop something here. What is it? Spring, and then... Okay, and then we up throw the spring over there to bounce it up. I see. We're scouting. So yeah, we do need to kick the bomb forward both times. Too early. Best to kind of go on the beat, I think, as a way of making this line up. Nope, too early. Yeah, has to be a kick to the right both times. We just need to find the spot here. And then we'll blow that up. Good. That's how to do it. And then we'll let it head over. And this is going to drop the spring for me, which we'll take with us forward. And then we do need to catch it. Yes. Oh, no, that's fine. We don't need to catch it. Okay, good. What's this? Oh, it's just a little note at the end. Okay. Alright, nice and smooth. And yeah, we do get to ride a little bit of the album cover, as you can see. But because of the scrolling, we're not actually allowed to go very far. So let's just hit the top of the goal pole. It is Maker 1. You do need to touch the tape on the gold tape in Super Mario World. And let's keep going. Yeah, now we can see why it's the dark side of the shroom. Matter of fact, it's all dark. SMB3 Warp Zone Remix. This is a very high clear rate one, so it's basically just a music track that we'll scroll through. Let's play it. In fact, we are crunched here such that we have no movement. Like, I'm not actually able to do anything, so... So we just sit back and admire the music. We'll just imagine that the relevant instrument here is the warp whistle. That's a nice little backbeat to it. And everything is pretty well disguised here too, probably. Just loaded well out of the way as track loops. Because as you can see from this half of the screen where we're at the very bottom, we don't see anything playing, but it is a pretty high-pitched composition to begin with, so everything's just kind of stuffed in the top half. And it rains down power-ups on us. Let's get into the pipe. And we see some more. And then, yeah, even here we don't really see a lot of the contact with any note blocks. So I think some of it definitely got sort of reloaded. Or is it just using... Yeah, it's just using the bonus music that's out of the box for the most part. And the one that's already kind of in the game, and then mixing it by sort of adding the drum track to it underneath, which is kind of interesting in that you have the construction of the music level interacting with the kind of official in-game Nintendo track. which is something we don't actually see that often because usually people just, kind of mute everything and just let it play. But that's also why we saw the layout pretty much completely disguised, because it was really just a very small selection of instruments and being dropped in as we go along and as they spawned in. That would then be overlaid on top of the track that already existed. So yeah, fun little concept, let's go on. We've been seeing some of these music levels of all difficulties, really, across the whole spectrum. Blessed Brains down in Africa. Well, this is Africa by Toto. Now, here's the thing. There are actually 2 different songs called Africa by 2 different Totos. And this actually came up for me once years ago when I was kind of surprised to discover reading about the song L'été Indien. If you know it, that's the song. That it was based on a song called Africa by the Italian artist Toto Cutugno. I thought, oh, that's curious. And then we raised up somebody, they said, no, wrong Toto, because, anyway, there are 2 Africas, 2 different Totos. This is probably the one that's the 1980s track by the American rock band. And I would be surprised if it were anything otherwise. So let's bless the brains down in Africa. For the longest time, I had a lot of trouble recognizing the song. I know it's widely popular, but it was one that, I mean, I recognize pretty well now because it has come up enough, but it was one where I was just kind of notoriously blanking on a name all the time for some reason. And so we already established with the Name That Tune level last stream. Wait, did I? Oh, no, I need to raise this. I actually needed to do a boot stomp. There we go. And I need to do the boot stomp with a spring to the left to open the gate. But can I do the stomp? There we go. And we'll take it with us. As you can see, the drum loops are being set up as loops down here as they load in. This is Maker 1, of course, so it's not like we deal with vertical subworlds or anything like that. And this is SMB3, so we don't get an up throw. So, let's see, we need to probably load the spring on here and then bump this up so it will sit on top of it. But the one-way panel... So, here's the thing. This is a Maker 1 thing that I was only reminded of yesterday when we were stuck on a puzzle for a while. And I realized that, oh, the thing I'm missing is that Maker 1 one-way panels work completely differently when it comes to object collisions. You cannot drop an object through a one-way panel like this in Maker 2. And yesterday we had a puzzle that we played on this profile as well, where I had to kind of put an object through a one-way panel and then up throw it as part of the solution. And of course, as a Maker 2 player, I didn't even consider that. But this is how I managed to recognize this quickly. Although that doesn't quite solve this problem here, because the blaster isn't going up yet. So, now am I stuck? No, I can just get out. So I was hoping to bring it up above the spring, and that it would load in, but maybe that's not actually the solution. If it's not the solution, let's see what's happening. Let me go up and interact with anything else up here. Interesting kind of music puzzler. We've definitely seen music puzzlers from friends' profiles in both Maker 1 and 2 before. They're kind of an interesting format. I feel like we need to rethink this. And I need to break it some other way. Get a mushroom to the right, that's interesting. I wonder if we can get it somehow. Let's see. Donut block above the cannon is suspicious. Yeah, I feel like the cannon is supposed to sit on top of it once it bounces on top of this. It might also be leave the spring here and activate a P-switch somehow, if there is one. I don't see one. Because I feel like it is going to be definitely sneaking the spring under it in some way. exactly sure. Yeah. If we drop like this, donut block down here, donut block here doesn't seem to get me anything. I can't actually go through any of this. The only way forward is to get through the munchers. And possibly the cannon gives me a POW, which is why we're trying to raise it. Maybe we need to have like a harder bump or something? I don't know. We definitely need to raise it. I strongly suspect that it is going to give me... Oh, also, if the cannon sits on top of the donut block, notice that it's only going to go up to the one-way panel over here. It's not going to fire an object, I don't think. Which might be a problem. I'm just trying to see if the instruments on this side are reachable in case they're usable for something. I don't think so. I hope I didn't accidentally skip through something, or if I was supposed to get the boot through, or something like that. I really hoped that we could just get it on top like this, but apparently not, and I don't think that's ever going to work. Let's... Oh, wait a minute, it worked. How did that... Okay. How did that happen? Oh. That's interesting too, that's unfortunate. Because I feel like if we didn't hit that, we could have just bumped the spring up in that location. We might have locked ourselves out, actually. I was going to bump it up and bump it further. Yeah, I wonder how that worked. We scrolled up and it just resolved itself? But I feel like this needs to go further up and it would give us a POW to punch through further. I feel like I'm locked, to be honest. Because of the way that we hit this block over here. But I wonder. It would seem unusual to just be locked like that. Let's try to start over it just in case. Very probably I broke something. Notice that the exit out here is going to do some kind of controlled scrolling as well, like when you exit back into the main world from the subworld. Yeah, that's going to go here. We know what this was. Oh, I dropped a boot by mistake. Hang on. So yeah, there definitely are locks in this level if we're not careful. So even just by losing the boot from the beginning, that's a lock. But let's try to get down here. Place. There we go. Grab it. Probably no way to salvage the boot, but we don't need it. This here looks suspicious. This block right here. Maybe it's not a POW after all. Maybe it gives us something else that would fire towards this, and this activates a POW, like maybe a shell or something. So yeah, we will not lose it this time if we can help it. And perhaps we'd be able to bounce it up a little bit further, like even... Yeah, so the thing is, if you bounce the blaster high enough, then you're able to... I would imagine it's actually a P-switch, because P-switch would open up some of these blocks, perhaps. But if you bounce it high enough without lowering the blue panel, then just... Yeah, I don't... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we just keep punching it until it works. And it gives you a POW. That's exactly what we needed. And then we just punch through all this. Wait. We actually needed... I thought hitting that immediately with POW would unstack both, but I guess it might have been a... There's a difference depending on whether it's a sort of actual sticky stack or just two munchers that dropped on top of each other and we didn't know. Obviously, the way to correct for that is to just have maybe POW on top of spring and bounce everything up. Notice how, when you did that, it loaded the Goomba there to add an instrument. That's kind of nice. We saw a couple of these sort of incrementally built loops that the player activates in some of the earlier levels in this profile, so it's kind of interesting to see it here, even though I'm pretty sure I locked myself. Yeah, I was absolutely sure that the POW would just hit, because we should have stood here and just made sure we made contact. Anyway. Let's go back and try again. Okay. Open this. Yeah. Okay, so... yeah, so again, the solution to this is punch it until it works, which I guess is how music players usually function. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, I have seen this on this maker's Maker 2 profile. This is Ren, who made Mortal Koopas. He made very few levels in Maker 2, but one of them was also a looping music puzzler. And we saw some early attempts at kind of integrating puzzle concepts with music loop concepts in this profile when we played through it yesterday. But this is definitely the most developed that idea has been so far. Anyway, let's make sure we actually make contact with POW this time, just to see if it is the problem. We'll just stand here and make sure the POW hits the muncher. Yeah, no. I think, actually do need to make contact with the top. Yeah, that's right. I need to jump up a little bit and hope that it makes contact properly. Either that, or it's going to be just trying to raise everything using springs and POWs to bounce everything, but I think we just needed to make better contact with a throw. So yeah, this guy's definitely kind of a music loop specialist, and long before a lot of music loop tech was really kind of formalized. Like, I've hardly seen looping music at all in Maker 1 outside of this profile, in fact. Very few people do it. Although we've been catching up on enough good makers that maybe we will see a lot more of it as we go along. So I'm thinking that maybe we just needed to jump into the throw, and yeah, that's all it is. Let's make sure we get the spring, because we can still access it. And then we'll load the Goomba there as an instrument. And actually loading the Koopa here too, that's what's going on if you look at it. And then we come up here, and then... I wonder what's going on with this Cheep Cheep. I guess maybe we throw towards the key? I wonder if I can actually just do anything about it. Let's, no, that doesn't quite work, but it gets us through. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, we actually needed a spring to push through here. So some things are a little bit blind here. I wonder what the purpose of Cheep Cheep here is then. Because it's not like we're going to be looping down here. Oh, maybe we loop up to the left and we fall back down as we load more onto the tracks. So... yeah, definitely in Maker 2 where global looping tech is very worked out, and also where there are a lot of vertical spaces that you see in the vertical subworlds. We've seen levels where you build up music loops just by traversing through them, where, the higher you go, the more you hear. So a very similar concept, but, within the confines of Maker 1, this is definitely way ahead of its time. Anyway. So yeah, we'll grab that. Technically we should be able to get another POW. But the blaster will no longer sit... yeah, this is how it enforces one POW only, is by using the blue platform. The purpose of the blue platform is to enforce that you only get one POW, and after you pick it up, you don't actually get a chance at a second. So, very interesting design, and yeah, this prevents you from trying to jump up to bump the blaster again for a power refresh. So we can't do anything about that key right now. Well, I don't know about this. I feel like maybe I missed a step. Maybe in the top left? I feel like I missed a step on the way up here. If this is what it is. Yeah, because we did miss a step, I think. Maybe we do need to push the munchers out of the way using POW plus spring first instead of using the POW, and then the POW would need to make contact with something else. Yeah, some of the puzzles we saw on this profile yesterday... Oops, dropped the boot. We do need to come down here for the coin, of course, so we are going up and down the layout as we load in the track. Some of the puzzles that we saw previously on this profile definitely did have some hidden information sometimes, where you do need to pop all the blocks before you really get a sense of what you're doing. But yeah, as you can see with the key door, we do eventually need to come back down here all the way, and so we should play with that expectation. That will be happening. Anyway, back to things that only work in Maker 1. So let's come up here and see what we can do here, because I feel like activating this platform might actually do something pretty important. I don't know where it goes, and we should perhaps see... Oh, it just drops. Okay. So if it just drops... And that's... Yeah, I thought it was actually on the track, and it wasn't. I misread that. I see what's going on here. You see how the POW would kill the muncher in the top right, and if that muncher is on screen. If that muncher is on screen, it would kill that, and then the Koopa would come down. And then the Koopa would potentially be loaded up here. If we kind of complete that bridge that allows it to walk, assuming... Yeah, once again, Maker 1 logic. Maker 1 logic says that we can put a dropped object through this one-way panel, such as the spring. If we put a spring through this one-way panel, then the Koopa would jump on it, and then it would be able to drop down here, and then we would have a Koopa shell available to grab the key. Then using the key, we can go down to the key door. In fact, Koopa would also be able to eliminate a fish. So what we need to make sure is that when we do the POW throw, we are able to drop that muncher that is situated below the Koopa. Now that will be dependent on some camera positioning, I think. Because I'm not exactly sure how we'll do it, while also trying to activate... Yeah, because you do need to scroll a little bit over like this. Let's just watch the positioning on the POW again, because we only have one POW available, and we don't have a very good camera position here, as you can see. And I feel like this was maybe not the best idea. Let's see. Obviously, one thing that we can do is do what we said earlier and go POW plus spring to raise the muncher stack as far as we possibly can before we deal with it, because then we can perhaps get within range and do something useful. In fact, this slot to the right here strongly implies something like that. And then perhaps we just keep on bumping. Oop, that's not going to work. Because the munchers will come down as soon as I pick up the POW. Yeah, that's not going to work. Because we're not within range of that Koopa, so... And of course the muncher just blocks that, so... Yeah, notice too that this doesn't make contact. So yeah, no, we need to activate the POW much sooner. But if we activate the POW that early, then how do we deal with these munchers later? That's kind of an open question. Because if we just launch a POW that's one POW up here, we only unstack one of the two big munchers, and we don't have a second one. This platform is probably important because it would be what... we do need to drop it up first, or the Koopa gets stuck there and we can't reach it. Or no, it comes down to a one-way panel. But yeah, then the one-way panel here, that would be the blue platform across it. You hit the blue platform, it lowers the Koopa. Okay. So now then we need to think about how we can get a second POW, because I think we do need one. If it's possible to, you know, build up this stack again, perhaps. Anyway, let's try it. Okay. Alright, let's do it again. Yeah, that's gotta be step 1. But then as soon as we lower the blue platform again, that does it for the POW. Unless we find some way to enter from underneath and hit the POW from underneath, but I don't see it happening unless we have something like a P-switch. So at that point, if you whack both of these with a POW, then you don't get what you need to release the Koopa. Unless there is a second POW somewhere that I can get. Wonder if the donut blocks could be relevant somehow. Not really that I could see. Possibly there's something that you can pop over here. You know, if this gives you something like another POW, then that would solve the problem with the first POW. Like, then you would prioritize releasing the Koopa. The problem with that... Yeah, so Koopa is going to hit the note block and jump over the gap, so it should be fine, as long as we load the spring ahead of time. So, yeah, it might just be a case of some hidden information here, where I'm guessing this block actually is a POW. And if you hit it with a shell later, then maybe it will give you a second POW to go through the muncher stack. I should not have taken the POW this low then, because I actually do need it to be in a much higher position. Then we can just jump up here and salvage it. And we'll put it over here because we do need that muncher to be within range. So now the next thing we do is we grab this guy and lower it here. I don't think we need it for anything else down below. Then we use the POW to release the Koopa. And we will cross our fingers that the block down below actually was a POW. Oh, not far enough. Okay, so it means that we do need to go there first in order to hit those blocks from down below and create the path. Now that's strange. Because I don't know how to get there. Alright, so maybe we need a second POW after all. I was hoping it would jump on a note block and go over the gap, but... What if... No, that's not doing anything for me. I wonder if there's a way to hit this block early that we don't know about. Or raise this again in some way to get a second shot at the POW. Let's try it. Alright, jump up, down. I think the first few steps are pretty much set in stone. I don't see a lot of flexibility here. Of course, if there is a way to hit this block, that'd be great, but through the one-tile column like this, not likely. I don't think there's a way to sneak the boot through either, which would be a problem. So, let's scout ahead a little bit for a moment. See if maybe we can change the turn order in any way. Because we know how to get this ring, we know how to get the POW. We know how to hit the muncher column with the POW, but then we would need a second POW to release the Koopa. We don't know where the second POW is coming from, and I don't see a natural location, unless we find a way to raise the blaster a second time. Which is not looking likely. But maybe we're missing something. So yeah, again, we know just punch repeatedly and it'll work. Maybe I need to get here early enough to, you know, catch the POW before it goes down or something. I don't know if it's going to be something that precise. I don't know if we have time to do that. Where, you know, you stand here and maybe as the POW fires, you can grab it. But then you could just have as many POWs as you want, and that seems to cheese something. I don't think that'll work. Now, if we can find some way to hit the POW from below, that would be great. Doesn't look like it, though. Or if we find some way to maybe load the POW on top of the spring on the left side. And bump the cluster up a second time, but then no, it wouldn't reload the POW though. As long as the POW is still alive, it's not going to shoot more. Strange. So, I feel like we need to keep the POW alive a little bit longer, but I don't quite see how that's going to work. I feel like we're missing something critical. Again, might be something that's Maker 1 mechanics, like the drop over here. For instance, if you drop the POW here first, you can't do that because if the POW is still alive, obviously. I was thinking if you drop the POW here first and then drop the spring on top of it, then maybe the setup would go, but no, it wouldn't because, yeah. Let me think, I was really hoping the Koopa would just bounce across, and that doing so would allow me to grab the shell, kick this, grab potentially a second POW, and push through here. In the absence of that, I mean, spring is definitely still going in this location, it's just that the Koopa... Well, even the Koopa walks across two blocks that are currently invisible as it goes over to note block. It would not actually go far enough to hit the spring. I think it would still miss. Possibly we needed to do like a further throw. No. The spring's going to be trapped by the one-way panel no matter what we do. So I felt like I had a right idea and the bounce was just off. So how do we improve that bounce off the note block? Let me think, because this really looked like the right idea. Maybe it needs to be something timed. Let's see the Koopa's movement again, because we actually do need to see it in order to really map it out properly. Also, yeah, if you drop this here, no, it doesn't go, obviously. Just drop this here for a moment. And go back. So yeah, Koopa will walk. I was thinking previously we need to reload this. Let's watch the movement again, even if this doesn't work. I think the Koopa just jumps and falls short. But if it just jumps and falls short... See, it's going to walk. And bounce, it's going to fall short. Yeah, there's no way it's going to make it across two tiles, but then... Maybe that means that we needed to well, again, closing the gap doesn't help that. Unless, of course, you bop the Koopa from underneath, and then the shell from kicking it from underneath gets bounced on top of the spring. But then it wouldn't walk over, right? Yeah, exactly. The Koopa would just get trapped in a one-way panel location. It wouldn't really do anything for you there. Unless dropping the spring over here and having it fall on the Koopa does anything, because Maker 1 can be strange. But... yeah, we need to reorder something here. Again, sometimes it could be something like a Maker 1 collision or something that I'm just not even thinking about. Maybe there's a way to sneak to boot, for instance. I just haven't considered it. Probably not, though. Not seeing that. Like, I think everything here looks right so far. I mean, unless there's a way to activate this, but I don't see it. Maybe we raise these so we can get everything ranged. I don't know. You do need to throw the POW towards the top muncher to unstack both, but again, the camera view is not cooperative here, so if we want to see the top right and release the Koopa. Let's go back through the steps that we have determined so far, just in case everything actually is in fact good. Easy to POW. Again, maybe I just come here and grab a POW earlier. The way I'm thinking about it is that potentially if the Koopa is bounced... Yeah, the 1 POW limit is part of the issue, but not the complete issue. Although, of course, if you could stack POWs in the middle to make some kind of change to how the spring is going. Like, maybe there's a way to drop an object across. Let's see. Let's go with the original route first. Again, the fact that there's a block above here as well just complicates things. You know what? What if we had... Oh, it doesn't quite do it. I was hoping that we could do something like that and drop it on top of the POW. But of course this is SMB3, it's not any kind of up throw or anything. Because I was hoping that you could hit this stack from below and then the spring would come up again, but the thing is that it probably wouldn't give you the POW at that point. What we need is a POW activation against the munchers here where the camera position isn't lost. Like if we... So for example, no, you see, as long as you make contact, or as long as you scroll down, camera goes down. We can find some way to get a remote activation of the POW from this position. That would kill 2 munchers on a stack. Could I do anything different if I drop both the POW and spring on the top conveyor? We can see how it looks, but of course that loses access to the POW, and I need to use the POW in order to release the Koopa in the first place, right? So I don't see the point in doing that, because we don't have a way to get the POW back. Oh, here's something again, Maker 1 logic. Maker 1 logic, we need to try this. Maker 1 logic. Drop through here. No, I guess it doesn't. I had to try it because, you know, Maker 1's object drops are just so strange. But again, I wonder if we can line this up again somehow where we drop the POW and then... No, this would activate the POW obviously, so that wouldn't help. Because I was thinking, you know, if you can get POW and spring the stack here somehow. That might help. This 1 tile slot is still very suspicious to me. It looks kind of built for things to be stacked underneath, but again, we saw previously that there's no way to continue from that point, which is not helpful. But this gap here does look suspicious as well, where it's just perfect for doing something like that, but the problem is that you can't get it afterwards because, like, you try to pick up the POW, you would die because the munchers would come down and compress the spring. No, you wouldn't. Okay, never mind. We shouldn't assume things like that then. Okay. Well, that changes a few things. Because now we have this position, and perhaps we can do spring plus POW again to raise everything up. And then, yeah, if the Koopa bounces on the spring and gets on top of the munchers, that's how it's going to work. That there's a 2 muncher stack. If POW plus spring gets the munchers through the middle column, and then you take the POW and you throw it at the cheap, it unstacks 1 muncher. So that's going to be 2 tiles tall. Koopa is going to bounce on top of the note block, walk on top of a muncher, and then fall down on a spring. And then you can get out here safely. So you unstack one of the big munchers, the other one helps the Koopa cross. That's what it is. Yeah, once I saw this collision work, I saw that this would be possible. Once I saw that the munchers do not crush you. Now, we do need to raise the camera a bit. No, we don't, because all munchers are in view. So now we walk this, and we walk this. And that's progress. And then the Koopa is trapped there until we need it. And it stays loaded until we can hit this block down here, and potentially also throw it towards the key. We do need to hit this block because it's our way down. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, once I saw that collision works, that functioned. But again, I don't know if this works in Maker 2 the same way, or if the physics are different, because some of the hitboxes are quite different in this game. Let's not shell jump this, let's do that instead. Oh, very nice, look at that. And of course all the track times are preloaded. This sounds a lot better than Toto's Africa I can remember. And then, Yatta. This also sounds a lot better than the Africa I remember. But maybe I just don't know the original track well enough. Anyway, let's just give it a listen. That's a reward, I suppose. Yeah, sometimes I just overlook simple collisions like that because I think, oh, of course I'm going to die from the compression on the spring, but oh, apparently not. Time's up, so I guess we have to do it again. We will time out, but we got hit checkpoint here, so we just listen to the music track instead of doing the puzzle twice. So yeah, it's one of those cases where, you know, I overlooked the hitbox. I don't know if it's because it doesn't work the same way in Maker 2, or if it's because it doesn't work the same way with a lot of different enemies. We had a puzzle yesterday, for instance, where that exact same kind of collision with a thwomp definitely was lethal. Where a thwomp landing on top of a spring definitely cuts through it and hits me. But apparently the muncher landing on it doesn't hit me. And I think both of those were in SMB3. So, same kind of tree setup, by the way, that we saw in the Getting Over It level yesterday. Same kind of tree visual design, rather. And this is just part of the music track. We'll just jump around a little bit and explore. And not die. And not die. Hey, there we go. We even get the bird effect. That was well worth it. And we lost the other one, but that's okay. Let's get out of here. Yeah, that was entirely two things. Noticing the hitbox would be safe when a muncher bounced on a spring, and noticing that bashing your head across the bashing your head on a brick repeatedly would in fact get the blaster set up to work out the way I wanted. Because very often with puzzles, when I see an interaction like that fail, I just kind of give up on it and overlook it. But once we saw that you can just hit the button repeatedly, then this felt like a music level. That was a fun one. Yeah, and definitely, we've seen the looping music tech develop over the course of this level set. We've also seen the one-screen puzzles develop over the course of this level set. And so it's kind of nice to see them merge together in a very fully developed idea like this one. Bohemian Rhapsody. I had a clear flag on this, but it must have been from years ago, and not all of my clear flags have been accurately preserved from Mario Maker years ago, so we'll just take a look at this. 73%, so, and it's walking speed, which we will respect, as we saw with one of the other slower pieces yesterday. So we can properly enjoy this. So we'll go at walking speed and let a track play. We're not going to sing along. I was very tempted to just start belting it out, but I know that sometimes my mic is not in sync necessarily with what I hear on my local audio, so probably a bad idea to pull off some Freddie Mercury here. No, seriously, because I hear the first few notes of this and I just want to say, Mama, just go. But we'll just listen and enjoy the sequencing. Now, how much did this level manage to fit? Is what we want to know. Probably just that, because, you only have so much space to work with, so yeah. Unfortunately, entity limitations is just fantasy. Let's not walk into the pit and find out. Yeah, we were only going to hear the first segment here. And look at that. One-ups everywhere, or not in real life, though. As you can see, you don't actually get extra lives in real life. We're just going to wander a little bit and try not to die to it. Which, yeah. I mean, this was mostly meant to be just a cover illustration, of course, but we're going to mess around with it anyway. And listen to it backwards. We can't really proceed past here, though, so let's not do too much of that. Anyway. Oh, here's the boo. Hence, Bohemian Rhapsody. And let's go down. And there's even a boo at the end. Alright, let's carry on. Paul's 10-item challenge. So here's another puzzle. Yeah, speaking of which, I am pretty sure the clear statistics and timestamps and such are no longer being updated. Although it's kind of interesting that the data still exists. Like, the way to check is... Oh no, it is being updated. I just needed to reload into the profile. Yeah, because there were 3 clears on this yesterday at 0.15, and we got clear number 4, and I was surprised at the time that it didn't say 4 when I exited the level, but it seems like loading back in today actually did update the numbers, so I guess records are still being kept as we go. Which I guess makes sense, because, that is how the people who manage Team 0% are tracking the uncleared material in the game. As far as I know, they have some kind of way to scrape the data. Anyway. Due to one-screen levels, those are my favorite. Yeah, we are doing everything in sequence. We are definitely doing every one-screen puzzle. So, welcome, Ashley Cole. Let's take a look. And thank you so much for the follow. We play puzzles pretty frequently on this stream. Sometimes we stare at them for hours, but we do play them. The muncher dropped into the key door exit, as you can see, and because this is Maker 1, you do have to touch the gold tape and survive the muncher. That implies to me that we will need to wear something like a Buzzy helmet to survive that once we get into that column. Or have a... No, a mushroom won't work because a muncher will crush you. I don't currently see something like a Buzzy helmet. Perhaps we'll get one later. Or perhaps we'll have some other instrument of destruction. It won't be the POW because the muncher will be in midair. But it's definitely a muncher that falls into that position, so we'll have to be aware of it. Unless the gold tape is accessible from the right side, I don't know if it's disguising a wall currently. We just can't see it. Because, no, I don't think so. I think you do have to, walk through the key door and... Well, we'll see. We'll explore this properly. This is not within the activation range for the Buzzies. This is not either. And Buzzy and Muncher up here. Okay. Obviously, you can kind of turn the shell over here if you bump it, but then we can't really progress. I didn't want to jump here. We will eventually need to send a shell over to get the key. Let's just read this properly. So yeah, there's going to be some POW usage here where you need POW plus a key to get through to top left and drop through the key door. Let's watch the muncher positioning over the key door over the gold tape again, just so we see how many tiles we have to deal with. It drops all the way from up top, and obviously it does outpace the gold tape. So yeah, very likely something that we need to prevent with a Buzzy helmet, unless we can walk to the right of the goal, which we don't currently know. Yeah, we activated this prematurely, I think, but we'll eventually bump it when we have way through that muncher. Let's just see what everything is, if we can. I feel like if we give the Buzzy some room to fall down, then it will walk. It's not a spike top, so it's not going to wall cling for us, but it might still be able to lift something. Or do that. Well, we don't want to do that. We wanted to give it some room to fall. Because now we locked ourselves here. Just take a look. So let's not activate this Buzzy that's sitting on the right side block just yet. Instead, let's try to lower this guy. He's just going to drop down. Why would we possibly want to do that? Because if we can somehow unstack the muncher, then we have a shell that will get me through the key. We don't really currently have a way to unstack the muncher, though. But if I can get that Buzzy maybe part way down and kill the muncher with some kind of collision, then that might work. Like, if we drop it down in this slot and let the block close over the muncher and kill it. Because the stack would probably preclude it from walking, right? So why don't we drop it down here? Nope. Oh, no, it didn't not get trapped. What if we hit the second tile there instead? And so it's continuing to walk to the right, and it doesn't get the wall deflection. Let's try this again. I think we trap it here, and we kill the muncher that way. Nope, not like that. Hang on. Let's hit this as it's going over this way, then we'll hit this. No, and it deflects. We probably need to hit both, just so it falls accurately. The rebounds sometimes can be, oops, a little weird, so. But the idea is that we want it to fall into the left side slot. And the other thing we could do, we don't want to kill it, obviously, we do need to use it at some point, is, alright, let's do this. No, we don't want to kill it. Hang on. Let's Just try to let it walk. Hit two tiles. Need to be fairly accurate. And let's walk over. Will it fall down? Yes, it will. And then it'll unstack. Great. That's exactly what I hoped would happen. That is not what I hoped would happen. I was hoping to pick it up, but sometimes the pick-up hitboxes versus the kick is a little bit different in Maker 1 than Maker 2. It's much less generous from what I can tell. And, whoops, we do need to hit both tiles. We had that issue with some shell pickups yesterday. Let's wait again. But anyway, we know this method works. That's the important thing. We just need it to fall accurately. Walk, hit, key. And then, we don't want to... Actually, I wonder what was in that block to the right, because if it gives me something like mushroom, obviously that's ideal, but I think we want to hit the question block first, because maybe that gives me a mushroom. Let's try it. It gives me a P, that's even better. Except we need to disable the shell up above first. However, once you hit the P, then that will... Yeah, we need to disable that shell, otherwise it's going to start eliminating coins, and then it'll also stick to that one location over my head, which we don't want to have happen. Let's move this guy somewhere safe, maybe. I don't know. Ooh, we can't do that yet. Hang on. Because we can't come down through the skulls if we... P now. Let's try to move this into a less awkward position. He's gonna wake up. Okay. And let's hit this first and then jump onto P. Okay, that's good. And we'll let the muncher just die to that. And we'll try not to let this Buzzy wake up. Good. Then... Up throw. No, up throw. Up throw. There we go. And then let's hit this. Oh, Buzzy Helmet. Great. That's good. Let's drop this for a moment. We'll probably want to hit this. I didn't pay attention earlier to the P-switch in terms of which of these blocks on the right might have been affected. Buzzy Helmet obviously does let you punch the munchers from down below, which then allows you to raise the mushroom. I wonder how the mushroom will be relevant. The mushroom will be relevant because it would allow you to punch through this block over here. So, yeah, we should check this block for sure. Nothing. Okay, just checking. Oh, no. Yeah, you see what I'm saying about the pick up versus kick hitbox in Maker 1. It does have a little bit of weirdness to it. It's not as clean as Maker 2, and so we die to stuff like that, which is unfortunate. No. Like I said, we die to stuff like that, which is unfortunate. Kind of need to stand back to do the pickup when we do that. I had a couple situations like that yesterday where we were trying to pick up a shell on top of a question block, and we ended up kicking it instead. Repeatedly. Okay, that's good. That's cleaner. Not the best, but... Oh, let's not get trapped. And let's go over to P-switch. And let's just get this guy out of the way once more. Let's just move things a bit. And then same idea, we take the P-switch up with us, and then we punch the shell. But we punch the shell, we don't run into the shell. Timing does matter there. Okay, let's wait until this guy's walking to the right. Lower him. Okay, we won't get quite a clean kick this time. In fact, we activate the P-switch. No, we do need to go for his first, because... And then we need to deal with the one-tile exit, which is always a bit fussy. We discovered the hard way yesterday as well. Let's move this out of the way and move the shell out of the way. Okay, and then let's jump up directly to the shell and try to hit it. Good. Then we will take it with us. once the muncher dies. I think in Maker 1, when you pick up a shell, it does reset the wake-up time. It does with things like the Goombas anyway. I don't know if it's true with the Buzzy, but... again, I don't know if we want it alive at this point. Obviously, we do want the mushroom at some point. So let's hit this, and let's very carefully... no! I was trying to grab it. I have the Y button held and everything. Yeah, it's really tricky to actually pick that up. Oh, well, let's see what's under this block, if there's anything. Nothing. Actually, that is something that coins resolve. Oh! That's interesting. Yes, because if the mushroom is killed, then one respawns from the pipe. So you actually do want to do this. Because, yeah, it's a muncher displacement. The muncher doesn't die to the yellow block there. It goes like this, and then with the muncher displacement, then if you're wearing the helmet, then you push this. So we kind of accidentally found part of the solution here with the muncher displacement. Because previously it looked like we couldn't get enough height on a mushroom without being trapped. But that's actually how you do it. Which is very weird. Then mushroom allows you to spin through here, grab the POW. POW plus mushroom plus helmet plus everything should just allow you to punch through here and go through the key door. So... if we can pick up the shell in the top right, we've solved the puzzle. It's a big if. I don't know if there's a cleaner way to do it with Maker 1 mechanics. But we have done the thinking part of the puzzle at this point. We just need to die to execution for the next half hour, as I always say. And yeah, let's not fall in the pit. It's much easier to just not do that. Oh, there we go. Let's move it. Nope, move it. You see, once again, the shell pickups are just very fussy. I have the grab button held the whole time. I have Y pressed all the way there, but sometimes the shell kicks just don't cooperate here. And I never have that problem in Maker 2, so I'm pretty sure it is an engine difference when it comes to the pickup hitbox. So let's just... yeah, let's do the key first again. I was thinking, oh, do we do the P-switch first? No, we don't. We do the key first. Okay, let's move this. And let's hit this accurately. Nope, that was not accurate. So unfortunately, we do need to die to this for a little while before we actually progress, and of course it's all dependent on whether we can do the shell pickup on the right side afterwards, which I'm not confident in. So raise this, stack, then do the right. Then stop that, move it. I wonder if I should just use an up throw on this to try to knock out the other shell. Because maybe that's a cleaner way to do it. That might actually be a cleaner way to do it, but... then, in the worst case, you doesn't end up with two Buzzies are still there, but... I think you actually would have more success, perhaps, with an up throw in that location. However, if you just hit the P-switch... no, yeah, if you just hit the P-switch and use an up throw for the shells, and use the shells to kill each other, in fact, that's a much cleaner way to do it, instead of trying to time that. I think that's how we will do it, in fact. Although we, of course, still need a shell alive at the end of all that, so maybe not, because we do need a shell... no, we don't. We don't need a shell from that point. No, so we can, yeah, we can just use the shells to kill each other on the way over. That might be much better. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. We're going to hit the P-switch first. Let's stop this guy. Move him. Hit the P-switch first, let everything drop. Up throw to knock this out. Also, we need to create a passage, obviously. We don't want to forget to open up the coins. That would be very bad, although... no, it's just normal turn block. We can just punch through it, obviously. Okay, now let's see if we can do the shell pickup. Yeah, that's a much, much better way to do it, assuming we don't need a shell twice. Because we should still be able to do this displacement here. once the muncher closes up. Like it'll push the mushroom out of the way, crush it, and then have a new mushroom stack over there. Okay, so now let's see if we can actually get this shell pickup. Yes, we can. Now we raise. Push the mushroom through. Grab the mushroom, grab the POW. We should be done. We can throw the POW anywhere, really. And then Muncher's going to stack on my head. We just wait for the gold tape, and we are finished. Or we could jump through it, but that works too. So yeah, that was nice. Actually, really enjoyed seeing the unstacking that happens in the top left. That was something that took a little bit of time to set up just because of all the rebounds, but when we got it, we got it. Thank you for the GGs. 10-item challenge. Yeah, I bet... I don't know what Paul's 10-item challenge is, but I assume it was some kind of community event where you build with a very limited palette. Or sometimes people challenge themselves to say, okay, we're only going to use like these 10 elements or something. Including duplicates, obviously, because if you look at all the munchers here, munchers are one of the elements involved here. But I kind of remember this being an occasional contest constraint over both Maker 1 and Maker 2, where people say, okay, you're assigned this limitation of the number of pieces you can use in the editor, and you do have to make something focused. And a puzzle is a very nice way to do that, so... Let's keep going. One more puzzle. Beetle in the wall. And... yeah, this is strictly one screen. There's no top half or anything. Was that the case here as well? Yeah, both of these are strictly one screen. And we'll see how it looks. Okay, so here's Yoshi in jail. And hard blocks there are... I mean, I don't know if Yoshi is just kind of decorative and aesthetic here, because unless we have a bomb, nobody is really going to get him out of there. And the bomb would have to be on the other side. Well, we need to cross through the axe anywhere to blow up this tile here. Yeah, that's the only way into Yoshi. If you want Yoshi, you do this tile. Anyway, the object is to get to the key door. And you want to pick up the key. I'm guessing you don't pick up literally that key. It's probably that the blaster has to shoot something at the note block. Once something lands on a note block, that will give you a key by itself. Now, if you release the Buzzy Beetle, it's going to walk, and then... maybe there's some kind of shell wake-up that you need to do. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't see much to interact with here so far, other than just a Buzzy Beetle. So let's just release it and see what happens, because there's no other first move that I can see as being valid. And yeah, it looks like you can do up throws with it, you can do a wake-up. I'm going to put it in this slot, and maybe the wake-up will be interesting? I don't know. But I actually don't see anything else to interact with here, so... this is... very, very minimalist so far. Beetle in the wall. Oh. It's going to be some kind of wall clipping glitch. Now, I don't remember how to set that up. We have done a wall clipping level before. But I don't remember how this works. Possibly it's some kind of object drop where it wiggles and you drop it or something? I don't know. I don't think that'll work. Because even if it does displace too much of what happens, nothing happens. Beetle in the wall. Let's see. Yeah, it's some kind of wall clipping. I can't remember how it works because, like, I played it. the level by John or Tetrateryx that was like entirely about wall clipping. It was called The Plumber in the Walls, and that was of course about Mario clipping through the wall, and I don't remember how to set that up either. But yeah, obviously this note block is supposed to give you a bomb. And yeah, maybe there's some kind of weird wall clip that you need to do using the wake up animation. How would you do that? I actually don't know if I know the tech for this, to be honest. Because it is definitely some kind of glitch solution, looking at it. I can't see what else would be. And of course some of the object drop collisions are so weird. Maker 1, that was a wake up. Hang on. It's very hard to tell what's going to happen here. I mean, I guess you've got Yoshi in Yoshi jail over there. Maybe there's some way to get him out, but now the wake up's going to get me in trouble over here. Let's take a look. It does have a decent number of clears on it though, so I wonder if this was something that was maybe well known at the time, or if it's something much more obvious that I'm not seeing. Because what if I trap myself in the block over there? Of course, I'm just making wild assumptions from the title. I don't actually know if there'll be something that I can do here. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's something you're supposed to do to clip it in the wall and then have it walk. And then maybe cross over to one of the note blocks. Like possibly with a wake up that happens here. And have it sit up here and then maybe while it's in the wake up, then do we punch it or no? Yeah, I might just not know the tech for this, unfortunately. I don't know if it's something to look up or... Or maybe I'm just missing something really obvious that is not glitchy at all, and actually fairly functional. Because Maker 1 collisions just baffle me. May also be a case where maybe a lot of people just kind of bailed out on this if they didn't see what was going on, but I don't know. Obviously, the thing you're supposed to do is raise the blaster by 1 slot. That's the thing you're supposed to do eventually. The way you do it would need to be with some kind of displacement on the muncher. Possibly. And... well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, if it just wakes up here... Whoops, just trying to get the up throw. What even is this? Yeah, I think this might just be a kind of a weird knowledge check where we just don't know what the collision rule is that we need. Oops, we don't want to kick this, obviously. Because maybe there's some kind of displacement that happens with a wake up in this corner. This is much too suspicious, this little slot here. Maybe that's not close to... no, hang on. But maybe if we drop it right along the wall, and then would the wake up just kill me, or not? Like if you just drop it right here. Whoops, no. want to collide that closely. Again, sometimes when we kick it, we don't get to pick up. No. I mean, this is just normal wake up, though. I don't see why it would do anything for me. Like, it just wakes up and goes, so... Where else could it go? It's not here. Up throw? No. Like, maybe something happens on wake up? That would just kill you, I think. Let it wiggle a bit. Gonna wiggle for me? No, it's not gonna be anything like that. So if anybody here knows anything about Maker 1 wall glitches, do tell, because normally don't ask for backseating, but this might actually be a case where we just don't know what's going on. Yeah, the title seems to imply it's going to be some kind of wall clip glitch. And I don't see what location that would be in, except, you know, it seems like maybe you're supposed to get some kind of interaction here with Muncher, or... I think we're just assuming that too quickly. I hope it's not that we have hidden information somewhere, like a hidden item or anything like that. Obviously, you know, you can always check the maker mode for stuff like that, but we don't like to play that way, so... So how would you get the beetle potentially through the wall? I mean, it might be some kind of weird displacement using Yoshi here, some kind of magic trick. But it might be a case where I just don't know to attack, so... I don't think there's anything kind of built outside of space. We did see in the outside that it's kind of a bottom half construction. Let's take a quick look. I'm not going to look in the editor, but... It's got a fair number of likes on it. And yeah, it's strictly built in the bottom half. There's no additional trickery going on here that I can see. It's just some kind of Maker 1 technical trick that we've conveniently never seen. I guess in 2018, you know, the only people still playing Maker 1 were mostly people who were involved enough and active enough to know stuff like this, but the only thing I can think of is some kind of shell wake up that would interact with a muncher somehow, or interact with the note blocks somehow, but how would that work? Because, yeah, this is obviously going to be something like a bomb drop. Maybe you need to stick it in the note block with good timing. Where the note block clips on top of it, and then displaces it. Let's try to find an exact timing for this. No. And of course it falls to me, and that's sort of this automatic kick, which is like 1 physics for you. The only thing I can think of right now is to clip it into the turn block as it's going back. Oh, and of course, yeah, once again, accidental kicks galore. Which makes it a little difficult to try it. Like, if you... do this, you would need a pretty exact timing for it, though. No. Just trying to time this. Because normally I would assume that the note block would just kind of kill it directly, but then if it does in fact give me some kind of interesting wall clip, that might be the only thing we can think of here. That seems entirely too finicky, though. But we don't see anything else to interact with here. Like, the only thing that looks possible is to get a wall clip on it. Just to see what happens and where it's displaced. Nope. Let's count again. Yeah, I'm just trying to count turns here. Because it's usually about 8.5 turns when you throw. That seems entirely too precise for that, though. That doesn't look like a pleasurable selection at all. Solution, rather, at all. And maybe I'm just having tunnel vision for something much more obvious, but I don't see it. Hang on, just trying to get the timing here. There's gotta be a cleaner way to do it. Or maybe it's doing the wake up animation and you bop it during the wake up animation? No, that would just reset it, right? Hang on. Like, let's let it wiggle and then... No, just resets it. As you would expect, normally, intuitively. Yeah, I don't see anything else to actually work with here. We might have to save this one and go back to it, because, again, it might just be a bit of a knowledge check that we're failing here. Or an execution check, depending on how this one goes. This location. I kind of want to check the clear time on this. Hang on. And of course, we can't just see it in the pause screen here in Maker 1. Clear time is 43 seconds. Curious. Yeah, we might just not know the tech. And if we can't do it, we can't do it. But let's see if there's any other option here. Yeah, because it looks like we're supposed to, you know, maybe drop the beetle and walk it down somehow. And why would you just want to walk it down if you lowered the bridge? I guess this is just there to get you down if you're Mario. That maybe normally you're not supposed to. Like if you perhaps put it over here and try to do a wake up. Or maybe there's something else with a wake up that goes on. Yeah, that's just normal behavior, right? Like it goes up the additional tile. You know what? Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do the wake up normally. It would just hit the ceiling though. I don't see why. Like, let's just let it do the wake up and then it would just wake up in that spot, right? Like it doesn't do anything strange. But normally you would want it to kind of jump up one tile on the wake up. And there's something you can do with it. But I just don't know. Like maybe you just kind of set it down some other way. And of course I can, you know, lock myself there. That would be a bad idea, but I still think, You're watching the Beast play a wall clip level to see if there's anything useful. Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you for that. Because the one wall clip level, like I said, that I definitely know I played was Tetraterex's Plumber in the Walls. But again, that was Mario clipping through. It wasn't Fuzzy clipping through. And I also don't remember the setup. You search for the title name too, hoping to find a clear video. Yeah. That's the thing, is that, you know, maybe there's no existing video clear of it. Let's see. But I mean, we're kind of in agreement that this should be a wall clip, right? Like that. It doesn't look like there's another option here. But again, Maker 1 tech sometimes surprises me. Not seeing anything about the beetle, but apparently you can clip into a hard block by jumping underneath the corner, huh? Jumping underneath the corner. You mean like this? That wouldn't help though, because, you know, this is definitely a bomb drop. By the looks of it. And you still need to figure out what to do with the key, so it's kind of like there are potentially two things that test you here. To see if you understand what's going on. But I mean, if it is a wall clip, like, we have to think about what our actual target is, right? You would want some way, first of all, of nudging the blaster up one spot. Which I think kind of implies some kind of displacement of the muncher. I don't see what else this muncher just setup is doing here. Unless there's a way to get the muncher to fall in or get pushed in. Or to have something kind of raise the blaster permanently by a tile. I feel like it has to be the muncher, right? Like it has to go left at some point. And muncher collisions can be displaced, as we know. The beetle... Let me think about this. Maybe you could up through the beetle onto the note block? Well, that's the thing, is that we might be able to, because like a... No, we can't. Because, of course, we did that with one-way panels, both yesterday and today, and that would actually work. But... Yeah, again, I'm kind of surprised that there are this many clears on it, to be honest. Maybe it was just circulated in a wall clip community or something, and people just knew it. But I'm not seeing any possibilities. Like, maybe it's something to do with the donut blocks? Like, if you have a wake-up animation while it's on a donut drop, maybe that does something? You know what? Let's try this. Except I'm going to lose it. Oh no. Hang on. Let's try to reload this. No, of course not. Okay, let's try to kind of soft drop. No. Soft drop like this. No, and then the other donut block reload, so hang on. I check for anything hidden? Well, I haven't checked the editor. But we've checked most available spots, so maybe we should check the editor. Because there are this many people who clear that maybe not is what's going on, but I kind of doubt it though. But yeah, we basically have checked everything that we could activate. There's nothing that the beetle is going to activate from this side that we can't already try ourselves. That is a good question, of course. Yeah, no, I mean, the signs generally point very strongly towards this being some kind of wall clip tech. The 3 slots on the right, I wonder if they matter for some reason. Like if there's something that you would want to do in order to clip in. I mean, the best kind of clipping option, potentially, is to stick yourself in here. But of course that requires some timing. This guy's gonna wake up. And of course, yeah, actually, this doesn't close while Mario is gonna jump around on it. Doesn't seem to anyway. So it could be something like, you know, carrying a shell in the middle of Mario doing a wall clip. If we can figure out how to set it up. Note block looks somewhat promising, but... I mean, even if we were walking Mario in a wall clip, where would we go with that? Like... So, anyway, the objectives here. We need to, at some point, dunk something on top of the note block to get a bomb. And we'd probably have to do it remotely. We also need to raise the blaster 1 slot and have it fire over here, unless, of course, we can get the beetle up top, which I find a little bit doubtful. I don't see what else the blaster is doing. Unless there's some other magic trick that happens, but... Yeah, we might have to set this one aside for now, because I just don't know what's going on with it. Maybe we'll learn it in some other level at some point. And come back and understand it, but... Well, here's the thing. The only thing that the blaster could conceivably sit on is the muncher. Maybe there's some kind of weird muncher displacement with a particular collision that tucks it under the blaster. I don't see how that would work. I don't see how to do it, but of course, like if we're already kind of like thinking about wall glitching or something, maybe that does something. The only alternative is if the blaster is meant to just sit there permanently as a gate, and what you would need to do instead is somehow get the Buzzy to go over the top and kind of walk around the top itself. But either way, things are looking a little bit weird. So, you know, for example, maybe if there's something like a P-switch that would just straight up kill the blaster with some kind of coin underneath or something, and then that would open up a passage and it would just fire the Buzzy. No. A lot of it doesn't really make sense. Like, I feel like Mario is supposed to be trapped in the bottom half and has to wait for a bomb here, and that there has to be some kind of remote Buzzy walk that makes that possible. But glitch into the wall in the otherwise solid area below the blaster. Yeah, but then I couldn't raise it, right? Like, there's nothing that's going to raise it. We don't have anything that we can sit on. And Yoshi here, poor Yoshi, is just trapped. So... yeah, I think we have to bail out of this one. I don't know the tech. We might save it and take a look at it later and really kind of puzzle it out, but... currently, it looks very much like it's just a glitch level, which miraculously stayed up, which is unusual for Nintendo, if that's the case. And because I definitely know that the other wall clip level I was talking about was deleted and re-uploaded kind of right before the end of the life of Maker 1. But yeah, this is one I want to save and look at. For now, I think we bypass it. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, Nightmare Disco we previously recorded when we did all of 1, 2, and 3 YMM. It is one of my favorite levels in Maker 1, by the way. Highly, highly recommended. It made a huge impression on me when I first played it a couple years ago. We're not recording it today, though. We're going to just try to finish out a profile and see what else we have time for. Seems like it's the last puzzle in the set here. Unless some of these also have a puzzle element, but all of these do look like music levels in some form. Beginning with this one, which might be another kind of name that tune loop construction level, which we also saw yesterday with Drop the Beat guest band. Yeah, apparently Mario Maker won't even live until 10. No, it won't. It will fall about 5 months short, in fact. Supernova. Supernova, if you know anything about wall clip tech in Maker 1, that would be helpful. I don't know if that's something you would have encountered at all. But I'm going to have to potentially ask around for this one. We'll try to go back to it in some other session. Like, there are definitely a few levels with bypassed or skipped because... usually because they're, Kaizo or something. This one looks like it's just a pure knowledge check of some kind of collision in a game I don't know. So... But a lot of people actually got it. Like a surprising number of clears, so... We'll have to think about it another time. Mario Music Maker. Very high clear rate. I think it is likely going to be kind of a refinement of the previous concept what we saw, where you play Name That Tune with music loops, but we'll see. You were 12 to 15 back in the day you played Maker 1. That's no excuse. But, yeah, no, I totally understand. Nobody feels like they knew anything in Maker 1. Anyway, yeah, I feel like you load each of these and you actually create different parts of the music track as they get into the, collision areas for various objects. And then something will give you the key. That'll give you the key. But we're going to load all the instruments. And then because they all kind of walk differently and travel differently, we'll just do this here. And yeah, once you do all that, hit Road Jack. I do know this song. I've played it. Hit Road Jack and Don't You Come Back, and that's not Joe Cocker, it is going to be Ray Charles. Like I said, my knowledge of popular music, particularly American popular music, drops off a cliff after the 1960s. But luckily, I think that was within range. Yeah, Supernova, Julian, whose levels we pretty much played completely, he was definitely a bit of a young whippersnapper. We'll just let the bomb light up and then we'll build a little more of the track and hopefully hear enough of it to... well, yeah, eventually this bomb is going to open up. I do know the song. The name escapes me right now, though. Let's listen to it right now. Yeah, the title escapes me, but I definitely know it. And the fact that I know it probably eliminates at least some of these bands. Massive Attack, Portishead, Radiohead. You see, of these three bands, the one that I actually know is Radiohead, so I'm just going to pick that, even though I can't remember the song off the top of my head. I might be wrong. This is a poor heuristic. Yeah, I'm wrong. Tells you how long it's been. Actually, I think it's Massive Attack. I know why I know this song, actually. Yeah, it's definitely Massive Attack, and I know why I know it. Whoops. Yeah, okay, this was already broken. I'm pretty sure the jazz pianist Brad Meldau has this in repertoire, and that's the thing that confuses me a little bit, because the thing is, he actually is very well known for having a lot of Radiohead in his repertoire. I've seen him live a couple of times. But I'm pretty sure, like, he's one of the people who kind of really popularized bringing a rock beat and a lot of the kind of post-90s rock music repertoire into jazz piano. And there's kind of this whole cohort of jazz pianists who kind of imitate Brad Meldau. And I'm pretty sure I've heard that song. I don't remember the title, and I'm pretty sure it's Massive Attack. I think you're right about Teardrop. Yeah. And I think I'm correct here in remembering that this was something that Brad Mehldau has occasionally played in concert. I'm almost certain that's why I know it. And that it's also why A, I know it's Massive Attack, and B, why it was very easily confused with Radiohead. This I also recognize and I can't place the title. It's not Toto. Oh dang. U2 or Free. I'm gonna say U2. I mean, this might be embarrassing as a guess for people who actually notice stuff, but no, that's wrong. I recognize it. I don't really claim to notice them. Yeah, no, I do recognize it. This should be something... We just had a Toto level earlier. Let's go with Free. That's correct. And then let's listen to some more. Okay. Pink coin collection, all three of them. And as you collect pink coins, you build a track, which is kind of nice. And of course, we'll just have to build everything here just to do it. Didn't even see that coin, but... Probably more to this. Okay, let's take a stab at it. I'll have to kind of remember what we listened to here. Is this Billy Idol? Or... on Oats? Or... is it Joy Division? I have no idea, to be honest. This is going to be a total stab in the dark unless somebody knows. I mean, we might just, you know, start from the top and work down. Like I said, my popular music knowledge is in a different generation altogether from my video game knowledge, like, you know, maybe even 2 generations removed. Like, my musical knowledge is pretty good for the other half of the century. But we'll just take a stab at it, and that's okay. It's a good excuse to just listen to the whole thing again, even if we don't need the coins. Okay. You're saying it's Billy Idol? Okay. Let's trust Mang on this one. It's not Billy Idol. Mang, how you have failed us. You were lying. I mean, you know... it's one of those where, like, one of these answers is telling the truth and the other 2 are lying. Well, I mean, I guess it's trivially true. But anyway, hold on the Oats. It could have been true. Yeah, hey, let's see. What's this? It might be a bonus room. Extra puzzle. Let's see it. Let's do it. Just see what it plays. Very cute. Just like at the end of the Africa level earlier, in fact. And we can exit through here. And back out through the gift shop. You can't fool me, Mang. That's not Sonic. It's Shadow the Hedgehog. It even says in a title. Anyway, we're blasting through the set pretty quickly. We'll probably have time for a second maker today, and I do have some in mind. But of course, let's not say that until we've actually cleared the rest. We've got a sub 2% rise of the Potoboos here. I don't estimate anything accurately based on the Maker 1 clear percentages. Incidentally, they seem, in some cases, pretty far off in either direction compared to Maker 2, so... Rise of the Potoboos, let's see what this is. It looks like it is going to have music going again, but... without genre tags to tell us that this is Link and multiplayer versus, we can't really determine anything. And actually, it's not music, at least not yet. It's just a stealth level. Oh, there is music. Never mind. Okay. It's a beautiful track, actually. Okay, yeah, I guess we did need to beat the time limit. I didn't quite see what was going on. I was too busy thinking about the music loop at the beginning. Alright. And yeah, we'll just try to go ahead and get through here before too long. I guess we do need to do a stomp here and release it. Yep, that's it. Oh, whoops. Let's walk it over the easier way. Yeah, I can't say I recognize the source of this track. Or if it's just an original composition or something, but... oh, whoops. I'm trying to place the track that it reminds me of, because it actually reminds me of something that... I can't remember if it's like something from JRPG or something from like a Zelda dungeon, but it's instrumentally similar, but it's definitely not the same melody. Like it has a certain likeness to some other piece of video game music that I'm trying to place. Do you think it's Reverse Sonic Hill? Yeah, I guess it would be. Oh, let's be careful here. Kind of nice, isn't that? This is a bit of a slower paced music platformer where you kind of need to read things as you go, instead of just holding right all the time. We've seen a couple of different paces of music platformer in this profile so far. Now, the interesting thing about this, of course, is that it is based on global looping. And that's something that we very, very rarely see in Maker 1. I think Ren might have been only one of the only makers that we know of who did it at the time. Oh, whoops. Should have let that spawn first, obviously. But... yeah, and that's part of what kind of gives us a gentler feel. Rather than being auto-scroll, even a medium-speed scroll, it is letting us do the scrolling, and then there are a couple of time-sensitive mechanisms here that are bounded by the Potoboo positions, but for the most part, we have a little bit of flexibility to read the obstacles as we go and nudge our way through them. Yeah, let's not go too fast on this. I was trying to hang left a bit that time so we wouldn't get bounced, but maybe we just still went a bit too early. Okay. Now, yeah, this is built in such a way that it does like really kind of constrain Mario's position at any given time, so that you're not hugging the screen boundary or running way ahead or behind pace or anything. Oh, there we go. Let's walk this carefully. There we are. I was wondering if I had to wait to go behind that or get ahead, but it's clear now I have to get ahead. Okay. I wasn't quite sure at the time because it seemed like I didn't have enough time to get ahead of it, but we sort of misread that, so. And also very, very Maker 1 to just have long, continuous passages of platforming with narrow corridors that wind this way and that. Very good fit for global looping music, of course, and, you know, you'll definitely see a lot of the global looping music levels of Maker 2 abide by that principle as well, but in some ways, in terms of the platforming, it's the global looping music levels in 2 that most feel like Maker 1 in terms of design. Okay, then we just sneak our way through here. And then, do we drop into that position? I guess we have to. And then... oh, okay. Up. That was unexpected. And everything's just going to wiggle over, and of course, since this is dependent on the music track loading in, we do have to start from scratch and get everything in place. Yeah, Maker 1. Yeah, the music is fantastic. It would not be the same level without it, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is way, way ahead of its time, I think. Because levels like this are still impressive in Maker 2, even though global looping tech is much better established now, and there are far better tools for makers to work on it. And the instrumentation with the percussion here is great too. Okay. There is going to be a little bit of pink coin collection as we let this wiggle around the one-way panels. 4 coins. We'll just take them as they come. A little bit slow there. We just needed to jump on top of the donut block there until things open up with us looking at that bomb about to ignite up top. Yeah, a lot of things about the hitboxes are definitely surprising me. I think the shell pickups are even worse. You know, spikes, at least you can kind of get a feel for them after a while, but... over the course of this series, we've definitely been lamenting a lot of things that were lost going from Maker 1 to 2, but it's good to occasionally remember that some of the changes were actually quite nice and sensible from time to time. I mean, as much as it's kind of neat that you can just slip objects through one-way panels in this game, it does seem a little counterintuitive in retrospect. Things just kind of feel more consistent in Maker 2 because of that. Oh yeah, get up here, jump, 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 go down, and then we'll sneak on up. Wiggle, 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 and then we kind of loop around and head back. Oh, nope. I was a little worried about the one on the left, so I went a bit early there, but yes, it will clear out. Yeah, no, Supernova, we know exactly what happened as far as levels not being afraid to be longer than 20 seconds ago. Back when I was playing
Julian's levels last week, we noticed a lot of world records on them by a certain maker called Bra, who was also involved in one of the editions of YMM back in Maker 1, I think. And of course, some of you will remember that he was the fellow who kind of like basically was highly responsible for that kind of 20-second speedrun meta at the beginning of Maker 2, because that's how he was farming likes. And, not that he's singly responsible for that, obviously, that's just how the player base went when it came to upvoting things in Endless. But yeah, this is really great. And like I was saying, it's unbelievable that this tech was already this advanced in 2018. Because we often think of music loops as something that really kind of takes shape in Maker 2 when you have far more possibilities for controlling scrolls and spawning and all that, but this is... oh, going to set me on fire. PAL block later on, we'll see what that's all about. And yeah, the thing is, no, Bra definitely has had good levels, but it's the same story with people who become really big on YouTube and places, that, you know, when they really kind of land on a winning formula, it is actually very disadvantageous to break from that formula. And I know that was the case with a couple of makers who were already pretty good in 1, but who kind of blew up in 2, was that they would feel like they had to target the same audience over and over again to keep their numbers up and get their maker points afloat, instead of outright losing points, right? And if you're just kind of that obsessed with the metrics, it's not actually healthy for doing what creatively you want to do, right? And you definitely hear that about people on YouTube, or just content creation in general as well, that it's very easy to kind of get pulled into serving one specific audience and being unable to expand from that because it just hurts your engagement too much to diversify. And, whoops. And definitely the Maker Point formula in 2 was somewhat responsible for that. And of course, it was just a matter of time before people just stopped caring about Maker Points, right? You get your crown and you get out of there. But anyway, let's go over here. And let's move. And let's walk over. And drop. But yeah, in general, with Maker 1, I love to feel these lengthy, continuous spaces and the variation in pacing that you get. Yeah, that's the thing at Supernova, is that this music actually does remind me specifically of something like a fire dungeon in another game, or a desert dungeon in another game, and I'm trying to remember which one it is. We need to drop sooner. Interesting how that's doubly constrained by the big pot of glue on the left, as well as the one circling around the track, or squaring around the track. Well, there are definitely some, you know, global looping levels that have this kind of length and pacing in Maker 2. But usually they don't have this much sort of actual platforming in them, right? Like, that, you know, usually they'd be gentler collection levels, or possibly getting over it, or other things like that. Like, they wouldn't be this dense with gameplay. And you'll notice that one of the things that makes it work, of course, is that you have so much spawning from things like note blocks to basically not run into entity limit problems. given what's already been allocated to the music track itself. But yeah, like I've always said, I've always liked long levels. I feel like things were in some ways kind of excessively streamlined in Maker 2 from day one. Just from a difference of community norms. I think a lot of the most memorable experiences I've had in either Mario Maker game were with creations that were very, very large scale and weren't afraid to wear that on their sleeves. It's sort of funny because like now we have this idea of platformer levels being hit singles in a way where they have a very clear concept and iterate on that concept and develop. And of course that's fine. Woo, got hammered there. Didn't expect that. And of course that's something that Nintendo has been refining themselves ever since the... I'm not exactly sure where it begins, but it's pretty late in Nintendo platformers. Like not until the NSMB era. I guess SMB3 kind of does it. SMB3 does have a lot of like kind of single concept short pieces that just do one thing and do it very well. But if you look at games like Yoshi's Island especially, you know, it does not have this notion of one concept in a level. It is one big adventure in every level that totally switches gears between zones. And while the format has kind of been somewhat standardized since, because, you know, nowadays I think maybe level concepts are just kind of unique and daring enough that you do sort of need a focused way to explore them in both official Nintendo games and in Maker. That the idea of platforming levels being these large-scale adventures in their own right has really kind of declined from what it once was. And... oh, this is chasing me over here. Let's get out. Thwomp has to hit the POW, and then we get out. This way. Oh, Mystery Mushroom. Of course we're going for it. Now you're playing with superpower. Yeah, it's also nice that it's also time to go along with music. Anyway, it wasn't that large in the end. But we're going to get a different piece of music in the conclusion. Mario 64. That's something that we've noticed with several of the levels by Ren, including the music auto-scrollers, is that the player's participation in the level actually adds quite a bit to the music, and there are a lot of things that are clearly on the beat, even when the player has a little bit of flexibility with timing. And that's something that's been repeatedly present. Okay, one more. Oregon Donut. I mean, I guess once you've given your left donut, you just have this one remaining one that's smack in the middle. Anyway, pretty high clear percent on this one, and then this will be the end of Ren's profile because, like, you know, until we know what's going on with Beetle in the wall and have had a chance to take a closer look at it and research it a bit, we're not getting that clear today. It's too bad because it's literally the only one that I've skipped. You know, even the ones that I thought I couldn't do, we've actually cleared every single one. Sometimes much quicker than we thought. But anyway, let's cap this off with a level from May 2019. Getting very close to the launch of Maker 2 at that point, a month later. And let's see what it's all about. It's going to be another music level and potentially a very flexible one. The muncher being in the corner of the ceiling is, so you mean with the beetle in the wall here? Yeah, that's the thing, is that it seemed like the muncher had to have some kind of displacement to get under the blaster to raise it, perhaps. Like, that's the only thing I could imagine happening, because we did see a really clever stack displacement in this level. And because that's how we kind of built the tower under the mushroom, and that was a really memorable moment. And it wouldn't be unthinkable that you would see some kind of similar collision idea here, but I just don't see any way to set it up, so... Anyway, let's continue. Organ Donut. And if we finish this one quickly, we'll definitely have time for a second maker today, and I do have a few in mind depending on time. So... Okay, we will obviously lower this, and then see what it shoots. See what it shoots. Mushrooms, excellent. Anything else? No. Mushrooms. Have to stock up on these for 100-man challenge, of course. And then... I keep saying 100-man when it's 100 Mario. I talked about this already in a previous stream. It's 100 Mario to go with Rural Mario. Anyway. It is going to build a music loop steadily as we scroll in various elements. And then... anything down here? I guess if we get that bomb within view... Yeah, we progress through this by... Well, I mean, we can't do anything with these tracks down here. We would have to drop a blaster on top of it to do a bomb crush, so we need to wrap around up top to do a bomb crush by lowering the donuts on either side. So that's probably the goal eventually, and we'd do something pretty much identical to what we're doing with this blaster. And it just demonstrates how the mechanic is going to work, and it's going to create more instruments as it goes. And then something similar with the Muncher, but we need to get to the other side to drop it. Oh. Yeah, very neat idea. There's a very clear central concept and a very immediately rewarding setup for that. Anyway, let's climb up, and then let's do the same thing with a blaster on this side to loop back around. So yeah, very efficient use of space. Oh, that was almost a bad idea. What's this? Nothing. Then we drop it twice. And then, I think eventually we'll get something to load on the track up here that will get me through the pipe, but... So yeah, getting that donut out of there is going to reload it here, and then... Yeah, we need to do it again to jump on it properly, and we'll hold right after that. Oh. Nope, missed it. But we'll try to catch it. When it reloads. In position. Oh, nope, it drops me out, so we need to jump on it more accurately. Yeah, high clear rate because everything's gentle, but let's not miss. Yeah, just do a full jump into that as it comes down and get on top of it nice and early. Or even fall into it from the left side, but... There we go. And look at that, Mega Man. And then, yeah, you're gonna get slowed down here, and then... Oh, more donuts. Okay, I didn't even see that chain coming from the left side. So it's a survival room where you get to listen to the track build up slowly. That's very nice. Anyway. Mega Man's a pretty good fit for this, just given the single screen play that we have, and then let's keep climbing once it builds, yeah. Do we get to play much more? Oh, it's just a GG already. Okay, that's fine. That was great. That was marvelous, actually. But we will, of course, check for this room. And let's see what it gives us. More costumes or something else. Fire Flower, but then we'll lose Mega Man. We won't want to do that. Okay, do we want to go Mega Man, or do we actually want to go, like, really Mega Man? We haven't seen Mega Man's ending, and we we have seen a couple of the Big Mushroom endings, so I think we just stick with Mega Man. Love the donut eyes in the castle at the end. Anyway, let's get Mega Man's clear chime in here. So yeah, that's it for Ren. Highly, highly recommended profile for people who like either looping music or puzzles. A lot of music scrollers in here too, in fact. So yeah, we always keep the VODs in a series, so I know not a lot of people came out to yesterday's stream, but if you are curious about some of the earlier ones in a set, some of them were quite a treat. And yeah, that's it for that. So we will stay on. I'll dial in another maker in just a moment, and I will reveal who that is very shortly. Give me just one moment. I have to look at my own notes here to see who's manageable in the time that we have remaining. But I think I know. Okay, we picked someone. Just give me a moment. Just gonna scroll through. And things need to load for a moment here because like when you go down a leveled list, like Maker 1 takes its time to load everything. But let's reveal that we will be looking at Saku. So I'm going to try to get through the whole list since there are only, I think, maybe 9 levels that we'll be doing, 9 or 10. Yeah, because we've done 1 year of Mario Maker, which was the finale of 1YMM release, and then it seems like Mario Maker Museum was kind of like a second version of that, and so we'll try to get all the way through these today. I've played, I think, all of Saku's levels in Maker 2. The one that he's best known for probably is the Toki-Tori style mole spawning puzzle level. That was the big mole puzzle maze back in 4YMM, crawl space. And so yeah, he was more active in 1 than in 2, despite the apparently low level count, and so we'll take a look at as many of these as we can get through in the remainder of the stream, and so we'll cram that in. Some of these are on the gentler side, but they will be, I think, vast and aesthetically interesting spaces. Now, of course, the cave here, very popular level considering that this was on day 3 of the game, 13th of September 2015. So we'll take a look at what things were like back in week 1 of Mario Maker. I don't know if this was still done with a limited palette, with only part of the toolbar unlocked the way Nintendo wanted. Some people, of course, decided to just rush through it in the first week and manipulate time under Wii U to unlock everything, but sometimes we've seen some pretty good levels from people who actually respected the constraints, so we'll see if that's the case here, as we see a cave that is built entirely on the bottom half. I will also change my stream title to reflect the fact that we've changed makers. Just one moment. I occasionally forget to do this. But anyway, yeah, we are playing levels by Saku now. And basically, I've got a list/spreadsheet of how big various people's profiles are, not accounting for things like clear rate. So when I have some time in a stream, I kind of know who's realistic to get through. Because I have a very, very long list, and we have done quite a lot of advanced preparation for doing what we're doing here, with just recording everything we can of Maker 1. So yeah, very much just a traditional style level, but one that has this classic Super Mario World style setup. That's right there in Yoshi's Island 2. For those who want their one-ups. Yeah, you can definitely see why this was popular out of the gate as a level that's just, you know, downright reasonable for week 1 of Maker 1, which was definitely not universally the case. Do we have something to jump on here? Okay, yes we do. Was wondering if that was exit or entrance, but it is an entrance, and we will shell jump. No, we won't. We'll up throw. Don't tell me we're actually going to shell jump. No, I think this is just a spare helmet. This is a pedestal that gives you a spare helmet. We know everything here is built on the bottom screen, so we'll carry it anyway in case we want to use it for something. Again, this was, you know, week 1 of Maker 1, I think. Oop, lost both shells. At that point, first of all, no checkpoints. And secondly, I don't think a lot of people knew what a shell jump was until they started seeing some of the early Kaizo material, like the Penga P-break levels start coming up. Wall jump to peek up there, exactly. We learned that in Metroid Maker. Theoretically. You know, we should probably just spin jump off of this stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, and of course this was built using the half-screen camera constraint, which not everybody really figured out early. But here we go. And that's just a bit of a gentle start. Again, this is, you know, week 1 of Mario Maker, and very reasonable considering that. L-tap 34 block midair is one of the recommendations there. I disagree. Spring Flower Temple we previously played. That was a really fun one. That was the one by Aaron that we did a secret path for. About last week, I think. Occasionally you play enough of this game that you start just recognizing the recommendations that are down below. Anyway, speaking of Beatles content, Rocky Raccoon. Might just be Rocky Wrenches and Raccoon Leaves, but, you know. We will jump up and see what's up here. Okay. I didn't actually read the upload date on this one, but I think it's also fairly early in 2015. You didn't even figure out how to extend the canvas until pretty late. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Canvas, workspace, layout. Canvas is actually a perfectly understandable term for that. Anyway, Raccoon. And here we go. Yeah, I've been learning a lot about Maker 1 over the course of the past few weeks, in fact, that I never knew when the game was originally available. So yeah, you can see with all the conveyors here, this is just kind of, you know, soft resets. Keep the clear rate nice and high while the platforming remains engaging. Here, I think we're just going to assume that is death down below. Or maybe it's more conveyors, we don't know. I mean, it is 60-something%, so... this is going to be flight. This is going to be flight, I said. So let's do it. And just punch our way up. Loved the cross in that pipe there. Pipe stacking that isn't possible anymore. And we'll just miss everything. I don't know if... You don't know if I've played Aaron's Maker 2 levels. I actually don't know if I have his profile in Maker 2, Meng. So if you have the Maker code, do send it along, because I actually don't know if I've played them. Maybe I recognize the account, depending on whether he's by the same name. But I actually doubt it, because I don't think I was aware of his levels until I played Positive Effect when I was doing 1YMM. And of course, Positive Effect made such a huge impression that, you know, we immediately wanted to see what else he was capable of, and by immediately, I mean 2 years later. Yeah, we're supposed to dodge flowers here. Flowers are everywhere. We're supposed to fly through this. Again, actually pretty interesting design for something that doesn't kill you. Like I was saying. A lot going on for a level that doesn't kill you. So. Oh, yeah, we do need a little bit of height there. We'll go down, or rather up a diagonal to, oops, not run into every flower, and maybe follow the arrow that we see over there. Here we go. Alright, let's go up here and up any one of those pipes. Due to pipe stacking, it's quite possible that all of these give you access to... Oh, this is just the exit, okay. So, that's fine. We'll, of course, check everywhere. It's a flight level, of course we're going to check everywhere. Yes, of course. We will go there. Don't know if it's an exit to a previous location, but it does look like it's supposed to be an entrance to something interesting, so... Nope, it's not. It's exit only. So yeah, some of the one-way pipe stacking already being figured out here as well. I mean, that's something I didn't learn until pretty late. Although it was definitely discovered early. Yeah, given that there aren't that many levels in this profile, I wonder how early this was. This was still, like, within the first 2 weeks of release. This was 20th of September. So some of the tech was developing pretty quickly in terms of just basic things like what you can do with pipe stacking, like with the many-to-one and the Mach 1 ways. And of course, back then you could also just stack pipes directly on top of one-way panels as well, I think. But in that case, I don't think it was one way. I think it was actually just a pipe stack. Anyway, this is going to be, I think, just a revision of the same concept. You can see a bit of similarity. Actually, it might be quite different looking at the layout here. So it's still labeled as Rocket Raccoon 1, though. Still the part of Rocky Raccoon where he's just kind of sitting around reading Gideon's Bible. Anyway, let's move up here. This is obviously something we should check. One of your oldest saved levels is from May 16th, 2016. Yeah, so Supernova, that would be from after the last major content patch. And after, specifically, when P-jumps were made absolutely murderous. As we also discovered the hard way when we were playing Mario Utso's levels last week. P-jumps used to be easy, then they changed them, and now they are not. And so there's a particular patch in 2016 that we need to watch out for in that respect. Okay, so yeah, we need to not touch the flowers, but I need a leaf to do that, and I think I need to reset through something in order to get to the leaf. There are reset doors that drop you through the beginning, as you can see, but I think we need to proceed far enough to get to them. Anyway. Yeah, we don't need to fly the whole way, we just need to dodge things and not hit everything. And of course, fire flowers that aren't coming out of spawning locations was picked up. They have come back. So the level actually does get easier with iterations, as long as you don't run into the ones that are spawning from pipes. So let's do this. And hit the second of 2 reset doors. Gates you off a little bit until you've had a chance to collect yourself with a flower, so you don't just run too quickly by instinct before you've had a chance to register that the leaf is dropping towards you. So very considerate there. Again, you know, for a level this early on, definitely quite a lot of thought put into player psychology with the way that some of these blaster drop gates are going. Yeah, for levels that were designed this early, some very sophisticated ideas already that we would, of course, later just kind of take for granted, but, you know, when you think about how early this stuff is being figured out, that's very impressive. It's not even something technical, right? Like, it's purely kind of design consideration, where it's like, okay, it's a good idea to just kind of gate the player here while we get things ready. You didn't get internet until early 2017, which is probably for the best, or you would have released actual Timmy levels for all the course world to enjoy. Yeah, but would we have noticed, right? Anyway. Thematically, by the way, this is something we'll come back to, because I've definitely kind of, in browsing around Maker 1, stumbled upon profiles by people who later became pretty big at Maker 2, who I don't want to name yet because it might be a surprise for later. And I'm very curious because, like, sometimes you definitely have people who don't want to talk about what they made in Maker 1. I certainly don't want to show you what I made in Maker 1. You're not seeing it on this stream. But, it might surprise us. I mean, everybody who kind of has a certain design sensibility to them might have shown a certain degree of promise early. Let's try to fly this more accurately. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, you know, everybody wants to see what Mang was doing on 3DS. Come on. This shoots really early. Again, we don't need to fly until this segment. We're just rushing through that too quickly. Which is not a fault I usually commit. Anyway, let's do this. And then let's not rush it. Yeah, okay. Now we run it. And just try to fly accurately. This one is always a bit of a threat. Oh, nope. Yeah, too much dawdling around. We didn't really give ourselves enough flight time there, I think. We just have to find a pattern with repetition. So again, it's one of those levels where the very high clear rate definitely doesn't tell the whole story. You do need to do a fair bit of navigation with this to get out of here. Anyway, let's go. You see, Supernova, it's completely fair, right? Because, like, Mang is here hanging out at my channel, hoping to steal Donkeyman's Wii U. So it's only fair. Tit for tat. Okay, it's the same kind of ending as before. Do we get a leaf off this side, or is it reset? Leaf here. Yes. Last time you asked your brother for the 3DS, it wasn't working anymore. It's very unfortunate. Lost a Mario Maker cartridge. Yeah, that's prime of game preservation. Also notice... Oh, I see. This is a pick-a pipe, basically. It's telling you that you have to go right. Maybe it was the same way last time, we just got lucky. I thought it was pipe stacking last time, and it actually is just potentially a 1 out of 3. Last time I thought it was a pipe stack where, like, everything pointed to the same exit. Oh, hang on. Apply it accurately. Yeah, you think you'll let Mang steal it, and then you'll steal it from Mang. Not a bad idea. We will, of course... Oh, come on. Can we go back and... Yeah, let's try to steal the cloud. Let's steal the cloud. I'm not just going to let a cloud hang there without making an attempt on it. Anyway, we know it's the right side. No, not that. 140 seconds before we time out. And here we go. Oh, no, he flew away. Okay. Well, nothing that we can hit here anyway, unless there was a block under that. I think that's just an... Would that have been an alternate exit? Let's see what this is. Let's see if we can hit this from below and... No, nothing. Might even just have been something aesthetic if you look at the way the pipes were crossed in the overall layout. Anyway, thank you for the GG. Yeah, I mean, a lot of makers, you know, I don't think they necessarily voluntarily show you their earliest work from 2015 if you asked them to suggest anything, but it's been really interesting to go through a lot of makers and see how polished they were from the start, really, and how promising things would get, even if they're doing mostly traditional mechanics at first. And B, just seeing gradually how ideas develop and how you can see certain makers develop a style and have a very identifiable series of passions. Here's Jumpman, Mario's original incarnation. Let's take a look. We've definitely been seeing much less with the mystery mushroom than I expected, in fact, over the course of the makers that we've been playing. But I'm sure that will change as we get further along and see some other people, so... Ever seen Central Intelligence? I don't know what that is. Is it like a CIA show or something, or...? You might have to fill me in on that. It sounds like something I should have heard of, given that I actually do keep up a fair bit with, you know, espionage fiction and drama, but unless it's got nothing to do with the CIA, and it's just called Central Intelligence for other reasons. Anyway, checkpoint. Oh, checkpoints have been introduced at this point. I mean, checkpoints were introduced about a month into the game, so... obviously we do need to slap this with the shell. By the way, you'll notice... See the springs here? In SMB1, of course, the trampolines are 2 tiles tall. So this is really kind of committing to doing springs in the SMB1 style, by situating each and every one of them on top of a hard block to kind of create that aesthetic likeness. Even though, of course, in SMB1 we have no such thing as checkpoint flags, we do have invisible checkpoints, of course, where you're just scrolling past a certain point and you do respawn there. That's something that's very easy to forget about SMB1, is that invisible checkpoints actually did exist. Anyway, everything's going to jump up here, and then we'll just shoot them. Until we, of course, have the presence of mind to take a shell and bust through the right side. Okay, keep going. Well, until we do that. And then... it's quite a bit more shelling that we need to do here, it seems. Oops. Okay, and we can just be small and continue. Comedy with The Rock and Kevin Hart. Okay. Oh, no, I did not. No, I'm not aware of that. I've seen very little with either Dwayne Johnson or Kevin Hart. Although I have seen Kevin Hart in person, because the one time I went to a Chicago Cubs game at Wrigley Field, he was the one who led the take me out to the ball game at the 7th inning stretch. Which is probably sufficient information to let you know exactly which day and which year I was in Chicago watching the Cubs play at Wrigley Field. Dwayne Johnson, of course, I found a role of his, a very early role of his when he was first starting acting in a very surprising context. He fights 7 of 9 in Star Trek Voyager. And this was, I think, maybe his 2nd or 3rd screen role ever. And of course, this is very much the case in Star Trek, that like a lot of guest actors eventually make it really big in surprising ways. Like, you know, Kirsten Dunst, when she was 10 years old, she was in Star Trek, The Next Generation. A couple of other major figures I can think of. I think Ashley Judd, one of her first roles was in 2 episodes of Next Generation. But anyway, I mentioned this because, like I said, I've seen very few roles with The Rock, but fighting 7 of 9 in Voyager was definitely one of them. Whoops. Anyway, here we go. The name of the level reminded you of that movie. Okay. Supernova, has Mary Jane really even appeared on screen that many times? I mean, like... Oh, I guess, what's her name? Zendaya's character in the newer Spider-Man films is technically called MJ, even though she's not Mary Jane, right? If I recall correctly. So I guess, like, if you're talking about the live-action films, and, you know, Kirsten Dunst is trivially the worst Mary Jane, but also the best. I know MJ appears in the Spider-Verse films, of course, with a different actress playing the voice, but... Anyway, Rocky Raccoon 3. So yeah, so it's 1, and then 1.5, which is technically 2, and then it's 3. We don't talk about 2, Electric Boogaloo. But here's another... preserve the tail level, as it were. Okay. No, we should have known that. Let's reset. But of course, some things... Yeah, and actually, if you bust that open, now you have to deal with that flower every single time now. So, we shouldn't just hit things because they are there. And, oh yeah, we do need to fly over here. Head up to the ceiling, and yeah, that's going to be something. Would a thwomp like to clear this, please? Yes, it would. Very kind of you. We're going to jump on top of it and damage boost up? No, we're not. We're going to go down. Despite all of my instincts. Okay, oh, nope. Lost P speed there. Yeah, we need to start flight before we fall off the ledge, obviously. And, like I said, start flight before we fall off the ledge. Oops, no. I don't see what problem you have with MJ. But... I'm not, maybe, an extremely particular person about Spider-Man, so... It's Spider-Man lore. Oop. There we go. Okay, that's plenty of room. Okay, not a flower. I was thinking as I hit that, oh, it's definitely a flower, isn't it, that we're whacking over here. It's not. It is in fact a checkpoint with 2 reset doors in the next segment. And then... oh, we need to continue on this track, obviously. Yeah. And we'll just do that. Okay, let's go. Then sneak on the other side, and this swamp is going to be very inconveniently placed, but we'll deal with it. And then it's going to be a flight sequence over here. And then, what do we have? Yeah, and then we just flutter down. And continue. Okay, let's... nope. That was obviously going to be a bit of a risk. Let's actually watch the burner timing next time and understand when to cross. As everything gets loaded down. Same mistake. And we'll just watch the alternation slowly. And proceed. Okay, that was a little bit close, but we made it. And then we'll just... Oh, that was a little premature. Didn't exactly know what landing location we were going for before I just went for it. Oh. You know, we can just whip these and get them off the track. That's much better. Then, again, we need to do one jump before we leave, and then, whoops, dodge the fire bars after that, so back to the start of this sequence. That's okay. That was, I think, the last of the reset doors, so we'll proceed from here. All this talk of Spider-Man, of course, makes me think about the little Zipcaster wall-cling ability in Super Mario Wonder, if you've seen that already. I don't know how far you are with the badges. I know Supernova did. You kind of started Wonder recently, but I think they just called it the climbing vine or something, but I keep calling it the Zipcaster because that's what it's called in the Splatoon 3. Where you just do this Spider-Man thing and cling to the wall. And it's not a big spoiler, it's just a badge. But yeah, you know, no, I only realized as I started talking about this that I might be spoiling you for something in Wonder. Don't worry, it's not significant. I mean, in my position, I would have preferred not to be spoiled. In that position, rather, I would have preferred not to be spoiled, but definitely if they managed to work any of the badge movesets or badge powers into however Wonder is eventually implemented, Maker 3. That's something that would be fun to see. And I say that as somebody who actually just didn't use the badges throughout the entire run, except in the levels where they were required. I just kind of played all of Wonder badgeless outside of the required levels the first time through, but then, you know, I might just go through it again and mess around with the badge system just for fun. Because there's definitely kind of a big side of Wonder in that respect that I didn't really see firsthand on the first play. Anyway, that one's fun. Here's number 4 in the series. I didn't realize I made so many of these. And that's like basically half the profile is consisting of these Leaf survival levels. The equivalent of putting boss music on a Goomba right at the axe, but funnier. Yeah, you know, in case you do happen to run into the flowers at the end or something. And totally fail to continue. Number 4. Kind of works as a de facto world in its own right, if you think about it. Just a single concept that gradually escalates in a bit of difficulty and complexity. as you go. So here, you know, you see how preserving P speed is going to lead to flight, and you just get blasted in the face with flowers, which is going to introduce the threat immediately. And it's an airship too, which kind of tells me that this was meant to be played as a 4-level world sequence. Makes a lot of sense that way, in fact. Anyway, it's down here, and then that's a reset to the left. This, however, will let you fly. If we want to. I don't know if we want to. Or if we'll drop at a very inconvenient location like this one. That's okay, we're alive. That means we can potentially reset. Potentially reset. Oh, or we just jump over. But then we have a leaf check up top, which is interesting because I guess we'll see where this resets after we get through all this. Oh, nope, lost it. Yeah, it is a reset door, but it's an alternate path I guess you have here. Basically, if you've kept the leaf up to this point, you get what is potentially an easier path up top. If you have not kept the leaf, then you have to survive to cannons down below. Oh, it's 70 seconds. I didn't realize that. I was thinking, how did I hit time up that early? And then it's a very speedy level, in fact. Not just to make the music faster. Yeah, so you basically do need to keep the cape, because if you... Not the cape, the raccoon leaf, because if you don't, then time becomes an issue. And of course you can spend all day just whacking blocks like that, and time is also an issue. Yeah, this is not dodgeable, so you just wait for it to go, and then you try to find a way to grab the leaf after that. We'll see how we're doing for time as we get into each successive segment. Oh yeah, I don't actually need to fly this. Nope. Yeah, flight is not required here, and probably not even recommended, so... Let's keep going. And proceed this way. So yeah, we'll try to not lose too much time. And yeah, no need to go through the conveyor. It's kind of interesting that even with this stringent time limit that you still have reset points in various places. No, I was trying to avoid that. Failed to avoid that. That's okay, let's just go fast. Let's do this 5, the next segment here. 32 seconds remain. And yeah, so I don't know if this level is really going to give you the flexibility to ever have any resets, given the time limit, but let's jump it. Oh, 5 seconds remain. Probably not going to make it, but you can see how close we were. Yeah, so you have the opportunity to learn it as you go, but you pretty much need to play cleanly to beat it. But it does give you opportunities to learn. Of course, in this level, you know, sometimes you have to understand that you are going to get into flower form at certain points, and you just kind of need to live with that and keep going fast if you want to proceed from there. Nope, that's okay. In fact, yeah, we actually want to flower at this point then. 34 seconds. Yeah, actually hard level. And here we go. Yeah, we've definitely been kind of taking it easy today in some respects. Let's just start this over. We're not going to make the timer. It would be nice if we actually made it to that part with the Tanuki leaf at some point, but take what we can. And continue. Whoops. There we go. That's okay, let's just... Whoops, nope, slipped off, missed a jump button. That's okay, let's just keep going. We're actually a little behind on time now. Best we did previously here was 35. We do know time is going to matter. Yeah, no, we should just keep jumping in this segment. We shouldn't try to fly or anything. We need a better strategy. There definitely are flowers to avoid on the top level as well. It's not that getting in there with the Tanuki leaf is going to be a free pass by any means. Slippin' Jimmy, you're saying? Yeah, we've been doing a lot of that. No doubt. Yeah, I better just dash right through even if you lose the leaf. Hey, we actually did that. And we didn't. Okay. That's okay. Time was not too bad at least. Nearly made it there, and then we, of course, just made a mess of it. And yeah, the top definitely requires a little bit of alertness as well, so... Okay. Nope. I was... trying not to do that. Wait a minute. Is this actually the same segment, or...? Yeah. This is actually just an alternate... exit. Yeah, because we could, in fact, go out through the top if we had to leaf, and if we did, I think that would actually be a bit of time save, perhaps. We do need to leaf at the end to fly to the goal, though. And we were pretty close that time. A couple of critical mistakes, but we'll get there. Okay, everything's gonna shoot me. Lower that. Nope. Yeah, so every time you lose it, it just slows you down. Doesn't outright kill you, but... basically, until you get to the end where it seems like flight is required, the more you lose the tail, the longer it takes to get through things, so... You'll notice that the difference, for instance, between the top and the bottom here is actually the conveyor belt. You need to dodge things if you're on top, but the main thing that gives you a speed gain as a reward for making it here with the leaf is actually that the conveyor belt is in your favor. It gives you a bit of a tailwind, even if you bump into everything along the way. And end up in this segment instead of whichever one you're rewarded for. I may do this multiple times, even if we do clear it, just to see what the other path is, because there is definitely quite a lot going on here. And the better path you have, the more likely it is you will actually beat the timer. It's pretty well tuned for that, in fact, if you look at the different segments here. So the incentive to keep the leaf is just to play faster. And this little segment early on where everything shoots you just signifies that, you know, flower is going to be unavoidable rather, at certain points. It's just that, or that you shouldn't take it as a sign that you've lost, but rather that you can continue, if suboptimally. Nope. That's okay, we're doing better than usual on the clock. Again, the conveyor is a definite hindrance here if we... Yeah. lose the leaf, and then don't see the final passage here. We should have just picked up one of the flowers, obviously. "23 seconds out of this door here. Let's just see what that gets us. Totally missed that. Well, lots to work on and improve every time, even if we don't quite get the optimal route that we want. So it's very replayable as we go. And yeah, very interesting to see how the previous levels in the series just kind of led up to this as the combination of that design idea. Okay. Nope. Again, yeah, as I'm busy whipping everything over here, I gotta let up my float a little too much. That's been the main issue. Through here with 35, again, that's gonna be pretty tight. We shouldn't be so grounded, I think. We should jump as much as possible once we can, just to get through here. Again, 23 remaining, I think it's going to be a little bit too tight, but we'll see what we can manage. Four seconds, we would have made it if we flew properly. Look at the conveyor that's to the right of the goal. There's definitely a secondary exit that gets you there faster if you perhaps survive with a leaf at the end of the previous zone. Looks like there is going to be a shortcut there as a reward for keeping the power up. So having seen that path to this point many times over, we'll definitely try to survive with the leaf long enough to see the other one, but of course, just, you know, making the flight at the end there is going to be pretty critical. Okay, got that. Let's not die to something silly. First time we've gotten here with the leaf. 35. Let's see the top path for once. And then... Yep, okay. We'll actually see quite a bit of it. Come on, let me go. 22 seconds. Does it get you to the goal? It doesn't, but it means that you don't have to deal with the gate up front. So the conveyor belts at the end are just part of the finale sequence, I guess. Whoa, no. Well, short. 10 seconds remaining at that point, though, so it actually is a pretty significant time save. But you do still need to get the flight at the end. Now, I'm pretty satisfied at this point that we have seen the branching paths, which is important because I did want to experience as much of the level as possible. So now we've seen the paths, we'll just walk the paths, or perhaps fly them. Then get through any of these early obstructions, and then there we go. That's how to do it. That's what I was trying to do in the first place, but not always very accurately. Yeah, do a lot better with busting through all of those. But there we go. 24 seconds through here, and then we complete this with much less time pressure. But no less accuracy pressure, as you can see here. So, can't forget how those jumps are going to go. Because they will be the same every time, just with fewer delays. Yeah, very well tuned for this clock, in fact. That you're given just enough time to have some mistakes, but not many. And of course, you still need to make the flight at the end, which has been the obstacle so far. Because we've gotten there with enough time to spare several times. And Just head down. Whoops. 36 on the clock. That's not as bad as it could be. 27 through here. That's pretty good. But time is not a problem at this point. Okay, let's fly accurately. The final dip is the one that we're most worried about. That's okay. This one we can touch. From here, though, we have to be perfect. Yeah, we have time. We have 11 seconds on the clock at that point. We could have just taken that a little bit more gently and pulled back a bit on the flight. Getting better at this, though. Getting better at this. Better at this. Better at this. No. Let's just re-roll. That was out to disprove what I was saying about improvement. I love the visual design of these little boats under the airship as well. So, yeah, this is a very visually striking level in terms of the airships actually looking like airships. In the Mario 3 sense, anyway. Okay, let's go. And if we really lose the leaf here, the main thing we lose is time. Only 4 seconds through here. Should still have a fair bit of flexibility. Yeah, it had to pull back a bit on each of those jumps, but we know that by now. And no, every single time I think I'm going to dip a little bit too low, and we end up bumping our head over there instead. So you can actually go quite low there. We just don't want to gain that much height. It's been the same spot that's been causing problems every time, so we'll try to fix it up. Anyway, let's go back over here. And through we go. Oh, nope, that's okay. Just means we'll lose a bit of time, so we'll just run through this and not worry too much about it. Yeah, it's exactly the same, we just lose a couple of seconds, and honestly, I was so bad at punching our way through the blocks with a tail earlier that this didn't lose me significant time at all. We still wound up at about 24 seconds at the start of movement in this particular segment, so fairly close. Yeah, very nicely tuned this one. We just need to make the flight at the end. And should be something we can do cleanly, but obviously we haven't proven that yet. Getting a lot better at getting through here with the leaf intact, though. Yeah, 25 here. Again, doesn't save you much in that sequence. Given that just running down the conveyor going forward is generally pretty good by itself. Gain so much height with leaf here. Nope, I was trying to pull back that time and we just pulled back too late. Because we had enough time that I can kind of stabilize myself vertically and let the flowers dip. But we don't have a lot of practice with that yet, so try to improve. Anyway, everything's going to go down and down. Okay, let's go through here. Hey, look, we got a shell. Not useful, however, given that our nemesis here are the flowers themselves. The shell is not likely to help very much here. "24 seconds. Fly over here. And again, moment of truth. No, we took too long. Too much adjustment. 6 seconds remain. Yeah, we do just need to dip cleanly for that one. And we have some flexibility, but not that much. We have to remember how long it takes to work our way up afterwards. So yeah, man, that was definitely a wing bully moment. Just walking off the edge the way they do, trying to flutter their way up. Let's just restart this one. That's going to be a disaster. Anyway, let's try it again. Everything drops out over here, and then through here. Nope, that's okay, we'll just continue. We know that this will make things a little tight on time, but we'll attempt it. Again, just a very minor savings, even if you do keep the leaf at the end here, so it'll just try to jump forward and not get pulled back by the conveyor too much. 22 seconds, so only a 2-second loss there, so we're fine. That's the strategy if we do get trapped at the bottom over there. Okay, we're down by quite a bit of time, actually. 17 seconds here. That'll be tight. Doable, but tight. But again, as we discovered, it's not like we have much flexibility with the final flight anyway. Whoops, and we won't even make it there. Okay, there we go. Oh, slowed down a little bit too much there. That's okay, we'll catch up. Whoops, that's okay. Let's just keep going then. And just go for speed as we try to catch up on time just a little bit here. We're probably going to end up at about 17 or 18 seconds at the end of this segment, if I'm not mistaken. And a little bit of the whipping helps, but not that much. We wait. As expected, about 19 seconds here. That's better than I thought. Okay, now the real test. Just short. Wow, we don't actually have any room to back out at all then. Of that flight. Like, you need to go very smoothly. And just kind of hold right into that. Because otherwise we just lose flight. I didn't realize it was that tight, actually. We lost too much time here. Let's just start over. Yeah, that's a tighter timer on the raccoon form itself in terms of flight than I would have expected. But basically, we've seen enough of this level at this point that it all comes down to the final flight. It's not a matter of timing out at this point. So long as we do everything else just cleanly enough, not perfectly, but just cleanly enough. Nope. It is going to be a disaster here if we try to punch through it. So, let's not do it that way, let's just go. Well, I mean, that was the cleanest flight that we've had, it's just that it's still too slow. Anyway, let's go down and... Okay, that works too. Not exactly the way I wanted to play that, but, you know, it worked. Nope, that's okay, we'll just run through then. Still fine. Lots of time. Time is not the issue. However, let's not slip too much. Right off the edge. Nope. But you do need to hold right into it. You need a flight that is pretty much perfectly on a coin trail. I'm probably just not reading the coin trails and taking it seriously enough. That's usually the problem in the end, is that, you know, things are simpler than I think they are. Either because I'm going too slowly or because I'm not respecting the indications. So, either one of these things is very frequently going to be the run killer here. And you just need to adjust around that expectation. Okay, here we go. Okay. Thinner than usual, actually. 27 through here? Okay, good enough. Still need to do the flight. Which is to test every time now. Hold right and we are done. 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, I mean, the final flight there was responsible for a pretty significant number of the failed attempts there, and we just needed to sort that out. And everything else came together, so. Still far off the record, but that's okay. That we know that wasn't perfect. We let ourselves be slowed down by conveyors every now and then. And thank you for the GG with wings. I feel like we earned the wings there. Kind of blue. So yeah, we can see that there are a couple of color levels that are coming up. This is something that Saku does in Maker 2 as well, I think. Except, of course, in Maker 1, you have a lot more flexibility when it comes to semi-solid stacking and the aesthetics that you can do with that. So definitely looking forward to this next set here as we see what some of the semi-solid stacking effects can do. And just how committed to the color effect this really is. So let's take a look at Kind of Blue. Which, of course, is also the famous 1959 album by Miles Davis. Which I don't think we'll hear play here. We'll hit the POW, and I guess somebody here is holding the key. Yeah, this reminds me already of some of the things that Saku does in Maker 2. It's just that it's prettier here because all the stacking is possible. Now, I'd imagine that he might have been one of the makers who was kind of very disappointed with the semi-solid changes in 2. I know that's certainly the case with several of the people who really did commit to aesthetic levels like this one. Yeah, so the idea, I think, is that it's telling you that you have to kill the Spiny to proceed. I vaguely remember a similar indication system used in one of the Maker 2 levels as well, so that's just something that we need to keep in mind as we let the fire maybe open up 2 tiles. Thank you. And we need to navigate our way through. Yeah, it's basically just a kind of navigation level where we go back and forth the non-linear layout to proceed, and then it's just very visually distinctive while doing so. Oh, we should have picked up the spring and carried it. That's okay. Here, of course, we'll just bounce back and forth like Sonic the Hedgehog or something. Which has nothing to do with Miles Davis, but quite a lot to do with Michael Jackson. Anyway, we need to face it this way. And open up whatever is under the pipe. I actually didn't see who we had to kill for the key in this one. I didn't pay attention. But we do have the fire flower already, and that seems to... Oh, Buzzy Beetle. Okay, so we'll do that. Buzzy Beetle's over here. We need to hit the P switch, and then that will require us to blow something up, probably opening up a passage for a clown car to fire. Yeah, so we'll make sure we lower the thwomps as the projectile is being fired. We'll have to just kind of stand on top of here first, and then... Yeah. Nope, too late. And of course, you scroll far enough that everything does respawn on you, so you do need a little bit of lead time. Oh, is that good enough? Then... There we go. You switch on the Buzzy, and that'll be a crush. Very nice. Oh, whoops. Let's not go through the same door immediately. And just a transitional zone over here to get you back to the correct subworld as you hit the checkpoint. Let's get rid of some of this. Big Koopa eventually. At checkpoint you're not given Fire Flower, of course, so perhaps it's good for us that we still have one available, although that won't matter because we still need to have some kind of P-switch activation, perhaps. Like this one. And you're given a Fire Flower anyway, so everything's just kind of equivalent. Whoops. We need to be a little faster than this, though. Although, yeah, we can just chain the P-switches as we go. And, whoops. Nope. Missed it. So we reset. Very nice. Not dissimilar to chaining stars in actual Mario games. Whoops. Nope, too slow. Losing to all the height checks here with the mandatory Fire Flower that we are not about to lose to damage anytime soon. Although you could lose it to damage, and then I wonder if that's even advantageous. Okay. There we go. Chain that. Then nuke that guy, and we are through. Or are we? Was the key door over here? Yes. Yeah, sometimes we see rooms where the semi-solids are just tiled, they're not really stacked or anything, but still makes for a pretty compelling layout. Yeah, I think there's a very similar level that's in the Maker 2 level set by Saku for sure. which I remember playing a few years ago. But we have some other color levels coming, and so we'll play those as well to see how the concept develops. Just peachy. Like a certain princess we know. This one's exceptionally popular. Maybe even the most popular one on the list. And yeah, it is actually. So, got about a 20% on it. And we'll see how it goes and why it made such a splash. Paying attention to the dates too, this is well into 2016 after the last major content patch. Yeah, a lot of these we're getting into 2016. Let's take a look at this one and see if life remains just peachy. Okay. So Goomba is going to contain that. We stomp it. That's just telling you early on how to read this kind of targeting indicator. And this is going to be coin collection by the looks of it. Or maybe coin collection is optional. Across the breadth of the level. And oh, the mole's up there. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can get it to run up. Nope, we do need to let it bump its way up without falling. Let's stay under it until it gets loaded. Hard to see though. Not easy to see how that goes. This seemed like it jumped. And we lost it. Okay, so... Oh no, if it jumped though, it would be top. Yeah, actually no, it's a mole escort, that's what it is. We need to escort it up to this location, then we stop it. So we'll keep an eye out for pink coins, it might be just one per segment or something. But we'll find out. Anyway, POW over here, that would just release a Wiggler. Wiggler would then get you a jump up to the checkpoint. Only one coin so far, though. I wonder how the rest of them will paste. Anyway, this is going to be some kind of P-switch, right? Or big shell destruction or something? I don't know. Rocky wrenches. And what's on this side? Yeah, it'll be a POW activation over here, but first we need to get through the door. Then we'll nuke the Wiggler once we're on that side. I guess maybe we need to get them all through. And seems like it's be a little finicky to lead them through. I guess we make sure they are in position here until they have a clear opportunity to run through. There we go. And he's going to give me a jump up to the vine. Switch, bust right through. And then, yeah, we could have done this better and faster. Whoops. Let's do it again. Can we just make it back to the P-switch? I think we should be able to. P-switch, please. There we go. He is for please, apparently. Then, that gets you through to release this guy. And then we just need to nuke him somehow. Probably with a crush. We'll just squish him over here. If you would kindly squish... No, back here. He'll follow me. So we haven't really seen much of the pink coins at all at this point. I don't know just how many we've missed, but maybe we still have any opportunities for 3 more in a safety. We'll see what's going on with this door after we've explored a little bit more here. And see what flies above. Anyway, going to be a wiggler ride over here. Quite a lot of variety to the challenges this time around. Again, I think this one was maybe partially remade in 1 as well. Not in 1, in 2 as well. Because I kind of recognize it conceptually, but not exactly. Yeah, and the semi-solids actually aren't as stacked with each other as I initially thought, so it actually is something that could have been remade in 2 quite well for the most part. What I'm seeing. Yeah, no, we were not supposed to go through, we just need to race it over. And still missing 1. Missing a coin, but we'll see in the next segment if that'll be something forthcoming. This looks like a safety coin, so we did miss 1 coin along the way. Yeah, we did miss 1 coin, so we'll have to redo this. Okay, we'll do a hunt. And clear this properly. Well, thank you for the GG, but of course we're going to try it again. Yeah, it was a bit suspicious to get to checkpoint 1 with only 1 coin. I feel like I might even have missed something by that point. But we'll try to explore it a little more thoroughly, and everything else was pretty visible, so I wonder if I just overlooked something in a very clear location. We'll check around a little bit. So yeah, once again, this is going to be a mole escort. Then this was the 1 coin that we saw earlier. And we'll need to go up and see what we can do. I mean, I didn't see any additional coins in this location, so I don't know what we saw, but now the camera is not the most cooperative here. I think we need to go up to the top level to really do much here. Oh, or just make it fall like that. That's much more convenient than it used to be. Yeah, the last time around, having that so far off screen meant that I couldn't quite position it the way I wanted. Okay, so we are still in that 1 coin here. I feel like we've scoped this out pretty extensively, and that point 2 is not likely to happen right away unless we need to back in here and see anything. No, I don't see it. Okay, we'll just be a little bit more thorough. And check everything we can. So assuming that that's the only coin, we're still at coin number 1 and only 1 going in at checkpoint 1. Now we kind of sped through this segment and maybe didn't look through it as carefully as we could have, so we'll look at it carefully because maybe there's a coin location I seriously overlooked. But if there is, I don't see it yet. Let's head on up. Switches over here. I will check some of the alternate segments here. Yeah, I don't see anything else in layout right now, but we'll see if that changes. We'll walk that over. Now we came in here, but what if we entered the door? Yes, that's exactly it. That's the one we missed. I just completely overlooked that door because I had assumed when I was first wrapping around this level that we would eventually take a door into this location. And of course it's wrong. Instead we just do this. Okay, so let's just finish the rest. And we'll see the alternate exit on this one. After we crush the Wiggler for the key. We'll just camp out here for a moment. And we know where everything else is at this point, even though we do have to be attentive for the remaining coins on the larger Wiggler ride later on. And here's the ride. Let's just stay on top of things. Oh, like I was saying. I have the coins right here. Yeah, we know everything else is in this sequence. There's one more coin anyway until we hit the safety. And then, yeah, we missed it. We want to reset because the last coin was up top. Yeah, we'll just ride it out all the way back, as before. And just get ahead of things a little bit so we can get in position. There we go. And the safety coin after that should do it. And then we'll see the optional room momentarily. Nice little safety coin hut. Very clearly demarcated. Not something you'll accidentally grab. And I guess we will grab everything we can. And see what this does for the ending, if anything. Oh, I should have checked, actually, if stomping through that would give you anything percussion blocked in here. Although, of course, I have the spiny helmet at this point, so we don't actually see if that contains a 1-up or anything like that. Anyway, but we have the full clear, which we can post the completion screenshot of on Miiverse. So that's why it, was significant to Maker 1 to just give people some power-ups that they're not going to use at the end. You can still have a little screenshot of proof that you managed to do that route, even if you didn't leave a comment card in the secret room itself. Anyway, we will finish this set today. It's just white noise and a Mario Maker Museum, which I think will be a nice way to close. I don't remember every specific room in 1 year of Mario Maker well enough to eventually do any kind of comparison, but as you can see, there are some changes in an overall similar layout. We'll talk about that after we finish White Noise, probably no relation to the 1980s novel by Don DeLillo, which was actually extremely prescient when it came to the COVID era, or what it called the airborne toxic event. Anyway, we get to boot to die then flop. And let's continue. The sound design here, of course, is very significant. Just white noise, mostly from burners. And we need to nuke this guy somehow. Well, let's just fall on this column and then... Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. He's probably gonna wake up on me too. Whoop. Yeah, no, we did a swamp crush on him. What it is. That's obvious in retrospect. Yeah, given that the tutorial room just shows you a Thwomp Crush immediately. That's something that you should be looking out for. So yeah, we might not be able to crack this nut over here, but the Thwomp will do much better. Fuzzy beetles are concerned. There we go. Nice accurate drop. Okay, now for a piranha plant. Can we do anything else here? No, doesn't look like it. No. Let's just proceed this way and grab the boots. Yeah, the burners are firing towards the blaster columns, so they're not deadly. You know what? We can still take the boot upstairs here. If we do that, that's almost certainly the intended path, because you can still stop this guy and get nothing whatsoever. Except, of course, free passage down here to stop this guy and proceed. Okay. And then now we... the bomb. First we find the bomb. I mean, we'll just pop up here, and that seems like it's the way to go. And, oh, sure, that's fine. It's just back to the initial segment. Then where did we find a bomb? We do need to navigate all the way back and pop up here, and blaze does suddenly look extremely relevant. Maybe not. Oh, yes, if we stomp on a boo. And proceed over here and open that gate. Bombs up here? Or not? No, oh, there's the bomb. Yeah, we spawned on a cloud. That's very nice. This is an idea I remember from Maker 2 as well. That Saku actually made a really interesting cloud progression level where you would, you know, keep spawning clouds in various positions and take them out from there. And yeah, we just burn it. And we are through. I might have remade this one in Maker 2 as well, actually. I'm not quite sure I recall, but I know some of it is conceptually familiar, and there, of course, might have been some degree of revision. Anyway, upon the pedestal, we see a door to another room that isn't a totally predictable color. Let's wait for a better position on this guy, and we'll go up. We should hit the POWs too. We need to unstack pretty much all the POWs eventually. Try to ride the boost stacks up the middle when an opportunity presents itself. Oh, no, not quite. Just jump out of it right now, actually. That's much better. And we'll need to... yeah, this is kind of like a boss of sorts, in fact. We shouldn't go up the boot column. Oh, no. We need to grab the boots. We need to reset the whole thing to grab the boot. We'll need it, unless we want to jump up the red bullets the whole fight, which probably not advisable. Let's not step directly into the burners. Okay, that's fine. Got a boot. And we can actually just step on one of these guys. This is getting a little dicey. Let's get out of here. Oh, no, we can't step on a piranha flame, so for some reason, was still thinking in terms of bone shell here. Yeah, you think these 3 color levels are in Maker 2 in some version? Yeah, yeah. I don't remember how substantially revised they are, but they do seem very familiar to me. And again, you know, on this little pedestal just now, we definitely saw a pretty big stack that is not possible in Maker 2, because you would have over the 5 object buffer for overlaps, but whoops. So we're kind of seeing this in a purer version than what you get in Maker 2, because the visual design is a little bit more flexible, but I do remember this conceptually. And you can kind of see why. I mean, you know, these were already originally very popular concepts. Yeah, I was definitely thinking in terms of the bone shell over here. I bet we could get up above the booze. No, we can't. Not much up there, I don't think. Unless we soft lock ourselves above the semi-solids or something, that would be fun. Anyway, we stopped the boo at this point. It would kindly take it over to a safer location. And the door should be this way. What's up here? Let's keep going. Okay, that was fun. Alright, one more to go and we'll probably call it for today. Yeah, so clearing everything today apart from the wall clip that we saw, the presumptive wall clip anyway, that we saw in the run puzzle. Again, that one, I'll probably just need some external information on it. Mario Maker Museum, again, looks like a very close revision of 1 year of Mario Maker. But uploaded a couple months later. So the original upload stayed in place because it was for 1YMM. And then this seemed to be a revisitation of that concept at the end of 2016. And we'll basically go into it fresh. Again, I won't really remember the minute differences well enough from what I'm seeing, so we'll experience it fresh. World record by Poison, that sounds familiar for some reason. I think he's also a maker that we had previously played. Anyway, Super Mario Maker, that is definitely the theme we want here. Look at this hammer, it's not going to break a single thing. Or even soft lock us in crates. And then we might as well go through the first door, see what it is. Oh, it's just the flag. And it tells you that you should collect all coins for something optional. Very considerate. Let's go into chamber number 1. Maybe it's the only chamber. Actually, let's take a look at the outside. Maybe that's just one building museum. Yeah, you can't actually go through the wall, so... This is the museum. And then... this is telling you that you have a tank that's firing here, and then... shells galore. And you collect this coin. And you have thwomps that are dropping donuts all over the place, yeah. We could go down to these coins here, but why would we? Because you're sneaking under... Oh, yes, these are actually all notable levels in Mario Maker. Yes, that's right. And unfortunately, we haven't played all of them. But, yeah, this is the stealth level where you're sneaking under a tank. Yeah, so no, it's not that these are all concepts in Mario Maker. These are actually levels in it, and I think maybe it was revised to incorporate some new material as parts of the gallery were changed out. And I remember when we played the original one that people were trying to recognize levels. Back when I was playing this in that 1YMM, some people had told me like which level was which, if they recognized it well. And, you know, we'd think by now we played enough Maker 1 that we could see more of this, but... Yeah, we might even want to revisit this after we play more levels, because one thing I want to do is go back to my chat from 1YMM and make sure we've actually looked up the levels that people are talking about as things that they're recognized. Because, yeah, this is meant to represent other well-known levels, for sure. There's N64 over here. And, yeah, look at the Koopas walking backwards up there. I don't know what that one is, but I feel like that's something notable. And, of course, you know, we no longer have Miiverse comments, but I think the original level might have actually been heavily commented to denote some of what was going on here. Yeah, because this was one of those stealth levels as well, where you sneak into the spot and let the Koopa walk over you. We have to remember to actually collect coins here. Let's play the level once. And of course the checkpoint here may indeed function as a checkpoint later on. But have we actually checked everything on this side? Let's take a look. I don't think we dropped on that, did we? Where did we go? Yeah. Anyway, well, it's going to send you up here, and then we hit the POW. This would kindly remain in place. Whoops. Oh, come on. Oops. Definitely I want to find something like the... I'm guessing this was probably a presence on Reddit or something. And that was much more of a hub back then, and they might have some commentary for which level is which. And people have spotted them accordingly. So I definitely am not offering full commentary on this one right now. Yeah, we have this little spring over there that's given to us. And then, yes, this is the fireball deflection level. Yeah, we saw this one. Because this was the one by Arn that we tried to do it a totally different way when it comes to bomb kick. So we just saw that one last week. Super Mario Maker back here. And just over here. Yeah, this one, let's go through. Star Run level you remember from one of the YMMs. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. This one we remember too. Shy Guy boxed in here. I mean, I guess we do have a clear passage to Bop the Magic Koopa at that point, but... And then, yeah, this is the Koopa friendship level that we also saw. That was Waryutsu's level. We saw this one last week as well, or 2 weeks ago. So it's kind of nice to remember some of these from very recent memory. Just to... Yeah, we should have played this level much, much later. If only I'd remembered that about playing it in YMM. Yeah, this little bit here where you jump over the bumpers, we played this one as well, I think. Not that we're doing it much better. Hang on. Let's grab this coin over here. Just to... Yes, that's right, here we go. Has to be on theme. And that's the checkpoint costume, probably. Luigi's Mansion. I guess we can progress through here and then just try to slap our way through as much as we can, yeah. Not that it really helps, but... Yeah, this is the kind of Game Boy level. I know that's the one that's meant to be a Game Boy screen. I can't remember whose this was. I know Theoremon made one like that, but I know there's somebody else who made that concept too, and can't recall who it was. Anyway, we recently hit checkpoint and we have been back here before, so let's continue. Yeah, it's the Game Boy platforming level. Yeah, we need to get through here with P-switch to go up to right side column. We are going to run out of time before we do very much of that, though. So let's just go. And just run all the way over. And yeah, this was the 1YMM cake. That's still in this version of the level as well. This is Pink Birdo How bump concept that... I mean, we closely associate with Pink Birdo because she used it all over the place, but... Then I guess we'll see if entering here will use the point. Obviously, we'll have to redo it if we are far past checkpoint. And there's the... good old Donkey Kong crab. Not Donkey Kong crab, the Mario Brothers arcade crab. And... I remember this room too. I'm trying to remember which level it was that was... this massive setup here. Okay, anyway, the only one that we got that was new on that run was the... whoops. The one that was, yeah, we've been through this one. Let's go back. The one that was the Pink Birdo How Bump. That was the only new material. That's checkpoint. We'll go for it. Grab that. Get some costumes if we can. In the crab form. Yeah, that was the big face there. You'll see. In fact, let's take a look at it again. Let me show you the design so you can really admire it in its full glory. Yeah, because this is the big robot face. That's right. I remember that now. Super Mario Maker, and then we'll just come up here. Everything here is going to chase you up. It's a very densely packed level. It's amazing how much is actually in it. And yeah, so you do need to go through this segment here. Probably. You just run around and hit. Nearly got smoked in the face there, but luckily not. And here's the mole controlling the skewer. We should of course grab the coin first and then come back to this. So we don't need to redo it. We have need of this checkpoint. And yeah, this is the bomb column that is going to get destroyed. just dropping everything on us. Nothing up here. We do have this additional key that we haven't used yet. Undertale flowy fight? Yeah, actually, it looks like that. Oops. Whoops. Let's be careful here. Yeah, this is, of course, a good old mecha. Let's come down here. Amazing that everything just fits in this level. That's just such a huge creation. We are out of costume right now, so let's be careful. The Game Boy coin and probably a safety coin are the only ones remaining. So yeah, this is the key coin for the exit, but we need to get the one in the Game Boy room. How do we enter the Game Boy room? Well, I don't actually know. Possibly... Well, let's see if we can sneak above it. It's all ground tiles though. Yeah, it is Game Boy over here, but where do we go for that? That's a good question. I want to cycle through some of the existing checkpoints to check that. Also, cake room up there, we haven't seen it yet. Let's just check everything and wrap around again. You think you saw where the pipe was? Yeah, I didn't, so... Let's redo it in case we missed something, and oh, we're making a mess of this. Yes, there it is. Let's not die. Two. Goombas scrolling in on tracks, and then we'll get back out. But we'll need to get back out by clearing this. And clearing this carefully. Let's not get shot by the big red cannon up there. That was a bit of a risk. Oh, that was close. Much too close for comfort. And of course a checkpoint that we're not going to be reloading anytime soon. We have to basically clear the whole segment. Let's get with this, be careful. And of course nothing's going to blow up here anymore because well, it's just out of juice. Anyway, we'll get into the mega room. And of course we're going to die to the mecha with 9 points. 9 coins rather. That was thankfully not a key death because we were paying some attention. But can we actually work backwards for just to go to the other one? I don't know if we can. No, we can't. We have to flow through this again. So yeah, that's unfortunate, but we'll do it. We'll just have to beat it twice. And everything nice. We'll just go back to the Piper Game Boy room. I think we're missing that, and we're missing with it. What have we obtained here the first time? Yeah, the first time through for the Mega Coin. We'll do that. Yeah, you basically have the timer down below, or survival on the P, as well as the exit. And we'll have to do it twice, and we'll do it. By flowing all the way back there. And heading on up after this segment, if I'm not much mistaken. Hang on. Yeah. Here we go. Anyway, let's lose that. That's already going to be a bit of a threat if we miss. Well, we're in big trouble now, again. That was pretty tight dodge every time we see it. And we'll just need to survive once more. Now there's a power-up I missed here, that would be useful, but no, we'll just survive. Kind of a bad place to have to reset, just given that we need to loop back for that coin. But we'll do it. No, same spot, actually the same projectile. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. We'll do it again. And, you know, if we got there with a power-up intact, that would have, of course, been very helpful. Just so we don't lose to it again and again. Why don't we just stand here? Oh, because fire will play. Yeah, that shot gets me far too often for comfort. Anyway, let's grab that and get out. And of course we'll have to survive it twice, but we will do it. We do need to do the P-switch, though, to actually clear the whole passage. Oh! Oh, without the P-switch, we might take a while to do this. Let's go up. No, we actually should have just run right after the P-switch, because otherwise are in a little bit of trouble. That's okay, well. Oh, nope, missed it. We'll just have to replay a good chunk of this, just because we missed one of the worst possible things to miss. Yeah, so when we exit the mecha room, we'll need to run right immediately just to open up the passage. Let's clear it first, and let's try not to take too much damage. Anyway. Oh yeah, we can just hit the P at this point. I don't know why I was still jumping around. After a little while, you just kind of zone out and let the level play itself. Okay, let's go quickly. There we go. Yeah, so it does matter that you do everything swiftly there. And we will head back and loop it again to get what we can. We're going to not hit too many question blocks along the way in case we need more costumes. If we can remember where anything is located, which is sometimes a tall order. Whoa, okay, there we go. Again, this shot here is always a bit risky. That's okay. We need to expect it this time. And we'll get back here with the power-up still intact from earlier, so... as long as we don't die to anything really trivial here. We'll be in good shape for Mega Rematch. Anyway, let's just prioritize survival. No need to mess around too much. And this will be in position very shortly. And we'll just go straight to the key door and grab these. I completely forgot to grab this on that cycle. I completely forgot to go for that coin. We have to do it again. Okay. I thought, okay, we'll just loop around and we'll get it done, and then I only just realized we didn't even touch the Game Boy room. Whoops. Alright, let's do it again. Guess we're getting some practice. Come on. Oh. There we go. And yeah, Mang, I think the emotes there very accurately convey what just happened. Can we just jump up? No, we can't. We do need to do this. That's okay. Could have realized that after I picked up the safety coin or something. Would have been quite a bit worse. Not much worse, but you know, that would have been a less convenient time to find out. Okay, let's survive. So then we still have to power up. That's good. Dodge all that we can. Okay, that's fine. There are definitely worse locations we could be in. To reference that one maker level where you're stuck in an endless loop. Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Nintendo kind of did that themselves back in the original SMM1 castles, so it's only fitting. Let's get in here. And here's the cake. And here's the vine, which will take you all the way up to this pipe or to nowhere else in particular. How cute, back when we only had one candle to work with. Anyway, costumes. Yeah. Mercedes GLA here. And yeah, good old Jumpman. Excite Bike, very nice. Yamamura. You know, that's something I have to remember to make time for, is the official Nintendo levels that were made by the different maker mascots. Like Yamamura and Mario, rather, and everything else. That's something that we haven't actually looked at before. And there were a couple of the Amiibo event levels as well that were for unlocking additional costumes over the lifetime of the game. Like those I played, but I obviously never streamed them. So anyway, we're going to be a pigeon in a stiletto here. That makes a lot of sense. As something a little extra. Did we not? Oh, that was a vine. Okay. Wonder. Nothing to bomb our way through here, so we'll just head back out. And yeah, that was just front door to scout this, so we can, of course, poke around for a one-up. And that's up there. And out the door at the end, too. Right out the door where we came in at the beginning. And everything comes full circle. Which is how things usually go with pigeons. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, I wish I could have provided a more informed commentary on that one. I do remember, again, that when I played the 1YMM version, we had plenty of help in chat to identify things. But of course, a couple of those levels we played very recently, so it was kind of nice to see them again. And this was in 2016, and so it kind of gives you a bound on when all of the relevant content had appeared. Once more, I feel like it was pretty clearly a level that was assigned for Beaver's comments to supplement everything, but we just are years away from having had any chance to see that. And I'll try to corroborate some of this in case we get a chance to maybe play a lot of these relevant levels as a set if there's anything that we missed in our coverage of things maker by maker. We'll be continuing to do things one maker at a time for the next little while, although at some point we might do Maker 1 viewer levels or a more curated or thematic set that I'll put together. But we definitely have a pretty big agenda to get through, and with the official closing date of Wii U and 3DS online services finally being announced as being the 8th of April, we know how much time we have left, and it's not much. But pretty glad to get through all of Ren minus one wall clip, perhaps, and all of Saku. And I'll be very excited to show off the next maker this week, who I will not be announcing just yet. I totally spoiled like a whole list of people I'd marked there at the very end of that, but that's okay. We've been trying to keep it carefully concealed, but it's being added to all the time. Anyway, not to draw any more attention to that than is necessary, let's prepare to send you folks on to somewhere else. And we'll determine that in just a moment, but for now, thanks for watching. Thanks for looking away just then, although you could always go back to find it. It's alright, Mang, you're not on the list, because we don't have this 3DS plugged in. But we'll find someone else to throw you all to very shortly, and we'll be back with more Maker 1 once or twice this week. We've been running this 3 or 4 times a week, and I hope to continue with that for as long as we can until the game goes down. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me, a Bonafide Pirate, as always, as well. Sticking around for so long. We'll see what we can do about that wall clip, if I can research it a little bit, but that's if I remember. Until then, enjoy everything you are playing or making or watching this week and beyond. And as always, fare thee well.